Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey into the shadows of history, where the drinks women loved weren't just strange, they were deadly. Imagine sipping a glass of emerald green, liquid that promised inspiration but whispered madness. Picture yourself at a Parisian cafe in 1890, watching elegant ladies in silk gowns raise their glasses at exactly 5, participating in a ritual so seductive, so dangerous, that it would eventually be banned across Europe and America. This is the story of Absinthe, the green fairy, and how it became the first drink that allowed women to taste something they'd been denied for centuries: freedom. But freedom, as we'll discover tonight, came with a price written in wormwood and regret. Now, before we step into that gaslit cafe together, I need your help. If you're enjoying these deep dives into history's strangest corners, hit that subscribe button and tap the like. And I'm curious, where are you right now? Tucked in bed? On a late-night drive? Drop a comment and let me know where in the world you're listening from. Dim those lights, get comfortable, maybe grab a cup of tea, something safe, I promise. And let's travel back to a time when drinks could kill you, but women drank them anyway. Paris, 1876. The light is fading to that particular shade of gold that only exists in late afternoon when the city seems to hold its breath between day and night. In cafes along the Boulevard Sanja, waiters begin preparing for the most important hour of the day. Not lunch, not dinner. L'heurette, the green hour. At exactly 5, something magical happens. Watch closely, because you're about to witness a ritual that scandalized Victorian society and captivated an entire generation. A woman sits at a marble top table. She's wearing a dress of deep burgundy, her hair pinned up in the fashion of the day. In front of her, the waiter places a tall glass containing about an ounce of liquid so green it looks like liquid emerald, not the murky green of pond water. No, this is different. This green seems to glow from within, as if it contains trapped light. The waiter places a flat slotted spoon across the rim of the glass. On the spoon he balances a single sugar cube. Then comes the water dripped slowly from a special fountain with multiple spigots, each one serving a different table. Drip, drip, drip. And here's where the magic happens. As the cold water hits that green liquid, something impossible occurs. The drink begins to cloud, to swirl, to transform. The emerald clarity gives way to an opalescent fog, like watching milk spiral through tea, except this is more dramatic, more alive. The French called it look, the clouding, and they believed you could read your future in those milky spirals. Our woman at the table watches this transformation with fascination. She's not alone. At the table beside her, another woman does the same, and another and another. The cafe is full of women sitting with men, laughing, talking, participating in public life in a way that would have been absolutely impossible just a few decades earlier. Because here's what made absinthe revolutionary. It was the first alcoholic drink that society deemed acceptable for respectable women to consume in public alongside men. Not in the privacy of their homes, not hidden away, but right there in the open, in the gas light, in the most fashionable cafes of the most fashionable city in the world. Think about that for a moment. We're talking about an era when women couldn't vote, couldn't own property in many places, couldn't even open a bank account without a man's permission, but they could sit in a cafe at 5 and drink absinthe. Why? How did this particular drink break through centuries of social prohibition? Let's rewind the clock to 1789, not to Paris, but to a small town in Switzerland called Cuet, nestled in a valley where the air smells of pine and wild herbs. This is where our story truly begins, with a French doctor named Pierre Ordiniere who'd fled the chaos of the French Revolution. Dr. Ordiniere wasn't running a medical practice in the traditional sense. He was more of an herbalist, a wanderer, someone who collected plants and created remedies. And one day in the Swiss countryside he encountered a plant that would change history: Artemisia absinthium, grande wormwood. Now, wormwood had been used medically for thousands of years. Ancient Egyptians knew about it. The Bible mentions it as a symbol of bitterness and sorrow. But Dr. Ordiniere had an idea. What if he combined wormwood with other herbs, green anise, fennel, hyssop, and distilled them in alcohol? What if he created not just a medicine, but an elixir? The result was a bright green liquid that tasted of black, licorice and herbs with an almost medicinal bite. He called it after the plant's Latin name, Absinthium, absinthe. He marketed it as a cure-all. Fever, absinthe; digestive problems, absinthe; general malaise, you guessed it, absinthe. But here's where the story gets interesting, because there's another version. Some historians believe Dr. Ordinaire didn't invent absinthe at all. They say two sisters named Henriade had been making this herbal elixir for years before the good doctor showed up. Maybe he learned the recipe from them. Maybe he stole it. Maybe they gave it to him, freely. History has a way of crediting men with women's innovations, doesn't it? Either way, the recipe ended up in the hands of a man named Henri Luperno, who saw something the others didn't: commercial potential. In 1805, he opened a distillery in Pontier, France, right across the border. And this is where absinthe stopped being a Swiss mountain remedy and became a French phenomenon. At first, it was still just a medicine, something you'd take for an upset stomach, something you'd keep in your cabinet alongside the laudanum and the smelling salts. Production was modest, about 16 liters a day. But then came the 1840s and the French military in Algeria. Picture this: French soldiers stationed in North Africa dealing with malaria, dysentery, and the general misery of colonial warfare. The military doctors had an idea: give the troops absinthe mixed with their water. The theory was that the wormwood would prevent fevers and disease. Whether it worked or not is debatable, but it did do one thing very effectively. It made terrible water taste better, and it gave soldiers a nice buzz while they were at war. When these soldiers returned to France in 1847, they brought something home with them, a taste for absinthe. Suddenly, it wasn't just a medicine anymore. It was a drink associated with exotic lands, with adventure, with masculinity and military glory. The cafes of Paris started serving it. And here's where Panau's business exploded. From 16 liters a day, production jumped to 400 liters, then 20,000 liters. By the height of the absinthe era, Pernod was producing over 30,000 litres every single day. France was drowning in green. But it wasn't just the soldiers drinking it. The artist discovered absinthe. And once the artist discovered it, it became something else entirely, a muse. Have you ever heard of Charles Baudelaire, the French poet who wrote The Flowers of Evil? He believed absinthe gave him visions, that it opened doorways in his mind that led to artistic inspiration. Paul Vallon, another poet, loved it so much he was drinking it for breakfast. The painter Toulouse-Lautrec was famous for his own absinthe cocktail recipe called the Earthquake. Absinthe and brandy mixed in a wine glass. Imagine how that must have felt. Van Gogh, Edward Manet, Oscar Wilde, Pablo Picasso in his early years. They all drank absinthe, they painted it, they wrote poems about it, they called it Lafitte, the Green Fairy, because they believed it had magical properties, that it didn't just intoxicate you like regular alcohol, but that it made you see things, feel things, create things you couldn't access sober. Was this true? We'll get to that. But first, we need to talk about why this matters for women's history. Because while the male artists were getting the glory and the reputation as romantic absinthe drinkers, something quieter but more revolutionary was happening at those cafe tables. Women were drinking too, not prostitutes, though yes, they drank absinthe as well. But we're talking about respectable women, middle-class women, even upper-class women. Women who in theory weren't supposed to be in cafes at all, much less drinking alcohol in public. An 1887 article in the Ladies' Home Journal observed with some surprise that in London one meets all the fashionable world at 5 for absinthe, and noted that this custom was slowly spreading to America, to New York and Washington. Fashion magazines described absinthe as a drink that respects no class. At those Parisian cafe tables you might see a factory worker sitting next to a banker, RS next to a lady in silk. But most, remarkably, You'd see women sitting with men as equals, participating in the same social ritual. Why was absinthe different? Why could women drink this when they couldn't drink wine or beer in public without being seen as improper? The answer is complicated, but it comes down to a few factors. First, absinthe was medicinal in origin. It carried the authority of doctors and pharmacists. Women were told and genuinely believed that absinthe could help with women's troubles. That vague Victorian catch-all, that meant anything from menstrual cramps to depression to morning sickness. If your doctor suggested absinthe might ease your monthly pains, well then, it wasn't really drinking, was it? It was taking medicine. Second, there was an elaborate ritual to drinking absinthe. It wasn't like knocking back a shot of whiskey, the dripping water, the sugar cube, the special spoon, the magical launch. It was all very refined, very ceremonial. It looked more like a tea ceremony than drinking at a bar. It had an air of sophistication that made it seem acceptable. And third, and this is where it gets really interesting, absinthe was expensive. At least it was at first. A glass of absinthe at a nice cafe costs significantly more than beer or cheap wine. So, drinking it signaled class. It signaled that you had money, that you were cultured, that you were the sort of person who could afford expensive imported herbs from Switzerland. But here's what the medical establishment started noticing, and it terrified them. Women weren't just having one glass during the green hour. Some women were developing what we would now recognize as addiction. In 1889, a British medical journal published a shocking confessional titled Confessions of a Young Lady Lordom Drinker, that absinthe was creating its own confessions, its own casualties. Some fashionable ladies, the magazines reported, were attending as many as 9 teas in a single afternoon. Except they weren't drinking tea. They were making the rounds of cafe society, sipping absinthe at table after table. The famous artist Felician Robbs became obsessed with painting women absinthe drinkers. Between 1865 and 1895, he painted them again and again. In one he describes his model, a girl called Mary Joliet, who arrives every evening drunk at the Balbullia, and who sees with eyes of electric death. Eyes of electric death. What a phrase, what an image. Pablo Picasso, in his early 22nds and Dirt Poor in Paris, painted several haunting images of women drinking absinthe. In one, the woman sits alone at a cafe table, her face painted in shades of blue and green, staring into her glass with an expression of such profound loneliness it makes your chest ache just looking at it. And then there's the most famous absinthe painting of all time, Edgar Degas' Absinthe, painted in 1876. Let me describe this painting to you because it's important. A woman sits at a cafe table. She's wearing a hat, a nice dress. She's respectable, or at least she was. In front of her is a glass of absinthe, that telltale cloudy green. She's not looking at it. She's not looking at anything, really. Her eyes are distant, unfocused, empty. Next to her sits a man also staring into space. They're together, but they're not together. They're occupying the same physical space while being completely alone in their own mental prisons. When this painting was first exhibited in England in 1893, the reaction was explosive. Critics called it ugly, degraded, disgusting, an abomination of morality. They said Degas was glorifying the ruinous effects of absinthe. The painting was considered so scandalous, so disturbing that it was removed from public view for decades. But what Degas had actually captured was something true. He'd painted the dark side of the green fairy. Not the romantic bohemian artists finding inspiration, not the fashionable ladies at the green hour laughing and gossiping, but the end result of addiction, isolation, despair, that thousand-y stare that comes from going somewhere your mind can't quite come back from. Because by the 1890s, France had a serious problem. Remember how I said Pernod was producing 30,000 litres a day? By 1910, France was consuming 36 million litres of absinthe every single year. To put That in perspective, that's almost a liter of absinthe for every man, woman and child in France. Obviously not everyone was drinking it, which means the people who were drinking it were drinking a lot. Absinthe was no longer just a fashionable drink. It was everywhere. It had become cheap enough that working-class women could afford it. Street vendors sold it for a few centimes a glass. It was cheaper than wine, which had become expensive after a devastating blight destroyed French vineyards in the 1870s. And this is when the backlash really began. The wine industry, desperate to reclaim market share, launched a propaganda campaign. They blamed absinthe for every social ill they could think of: crime, mental illness, moral decay, the decline of the French birth rate, even tuberculosis. They had a powerful ally, the temperance movement, which had its own reasons for wanting absinthe banned. Together they created the myth of absinthism, a special kind of insanity supposedly different from regular alcoholism. They claimed that the wormwood in absinthe, specifically a chemical called thuon, caused hallucinations, violent behavior, and permanent brain damage. They said absinthe was turning France into a nation of criminals and lunatics. And you know what? People believed it. The turning point came in 1905 with a tragedy that would seal absinthe's fate. A Swiss laborer named Jean Lanfrey came home one day and murdered his pregnant wife and 2 young daughters. When the police investigated, they discovered he'd been drinking. And what had he been drinking? Absinthe. The newspapers went wild. Absinthe makes man kill his family. The green curse strikes again. It became the scandal of the century, proof that absinthe turned people into monsters. But here's what the newspapers conveniently left out. Yes, Lanfrey had drunk 2 glasses of absinthe that morning, but he had also consumed nearly 5 liters of wine, several glasses of brandy, and a creme demon for dessert. The man was an alcoholic who'd consumed enough alcohol to kill most people. But the absinthe is what they blamed. It didn't matter. The damage was done. Switzerland banned absinthe in 1910. France followed in 1915. Belgium, the United States, and eventually most of Europe made absinthe illegal. The Green Fairy was banished. But here's the fascinating twist to this story. The part that makes it so much more complex than a simple tale of a dangerous drink being rightfully banned. Modern science has tested absinthe. Real absinthe made with authentic 19th century recipes. And you know what they found? The thujon levels were incredibly low, not high enough to cause the effects people claimed, not high enough to be significantly different from the thuon found in sage or tagon or other herbs you might cook with. So what was causing the hallucinations, the madness, the violent behavior? It was the alcohol, combined with poor nutrition, poverty, adulteration of cheap absinthe with toxic chemicals to cut costs, and yes, probably some good old-fashioned medical misogyny when it came to diagnosing women's problems. The Green Fairy wasn't magic. She wasn't evil. She was just strong alcohol in a beautiful package, marketed brilliantly, consumed excessively, and then scapegoated for problems that had much deeper roots. But for about 60 years, from roughly 1850 to 1910, absinthe gave women something unprecedented: a seat at the table, the ability to participate in cafe culture, in public social life, in a ritual that said, you belong here too. Was it worth it? Was the price, the addiction, the health problems, the women with eyes of electric death worth that moment of social liberation? I think the women of that era would give you different answers. The Duchess, who enjoyed 1 glass at the Green Hour, might say yes. Marie Joliet, arriving drunk at the dance hall every night, might say no. The artist who believed absinthe unlocked their creativity would probably insist. The wives and children of alcoholics would certainly say no. What we can say, for certain, is this: the story of absinthe is the story of how women's bodies and behaviors have always been battlegrounds for larger social anxieties. When women started drinking absinthe, it wasn't really about the absinthe. It was about women taking up space, making choices, participating in public life, in new ways. And when society decided to ban absinthe, it wasn't really about the thujon levels or the alcohol content. It was about putting women back in their place, about restoring an order that felt like it was slipping away. The green fairy promised freedom, but freedom in a glass is still just a promise. And promises, as we know, are easily broken. Of course, absinthe wasn't the only dangerous drink women were consuming in those Victorian parlors and Parisian cafes. In fact, some of them were sipping something even more insidious, something their own doctors prescribed, with a smile and a reassuring pat on the hand. It came in a small brown bottle. It tasted bitter, and it was called the aspirin of the 19th century. But aspirin didn't make you see things. Aspirin didn't make you sleep for 16 hours. And aspirin didn't kill you if you tried to stop taking it. This did. In the next part of our journey, we're going to talk about laudanum, the opium tincture that turned Victorian ladies into accidental addicts, that killed Elizabeth Seidel at age 32, and that was so normalized, so accepted that mothers gave it to crying babies and doctors prescribed it for everything from a cough to a broken heart. The green fairy might have promised liberation, but laudanum promised something even more seductive, the absence of pain, and in the Victorian era, when women's pain was dismissed, ignored, or blamed on hysteria, that promise was irresistible. Stay with me, because this story is just beginning, and it's about to get darker still. London, 1862. A winter evening in a boarding house on Chatham Place along the Thames. A young woman lies in bed. Her name is Elizabeth Siddal. She's a poet, an artist, a muse who has been painted by the greatest artists of her generation. Her red gold hair has been immortalized in dozens of pro-light paintings. Her face is so famous that people stop her on the street, but tonight none of that matters. On her bedside table sits a small brown bottle. She's already taken her usual dose, the amount her doctor prescribed for her chronic pain, for her depression, for what the Victorians vaguely called women's troubles. But the pain hasn't stopped. The darkness in her mind hasn't lifted, so she takes more, and then more. By morning, Elizabeth Siddal will be dead at 32 years old. The bottle beside her bed will be nearly empty, and her husband, the painter, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, will be so consumed with guilt that he'll bury the only manuscript of his poems with her body wrapped in her famous red gold hair. What was in that bottle? Lord, a tincture of opium mixed with alcohol. The most popular medicine in Victorian England, the drug the doctors prescribe to more women than men, the substance that killed more people than anyone bothered to count, because for most of the 19th century, nobody was counting at all. If absinthe was the drink that gave women a seat at the cafe table, laudanum was the drink that kept them in bed in pain, in a fog of dependency they never saw coming. And the truly terrifying part, the doctors thought they were helping. Let me paint you a picture of what laudanum actually was, because I think most people today don't really understand. Take opium, raw opium from poppy plants, the same stuff that becomes morphine, that becomes heroin. Now dissolve it in alcohol, not just a little alcohol. We're talking about a mixture that was typically 50% alcohol, 40% water, and 10% pure opium. The resulting liquid was dark red or brown with a bitter taste that made your whole face scrunch up. To make it more palatable, manufacturers would add things like spices, cinnamon, cloves, saffron. Some recipes included honey. Others added ether or chloroform. Some of the more exotic versions even contained mercury or hashish, because apparently one poison wasn't enough. A typical dose was 20 to 30 drops for an adult. A single teaspoon contained about 60 drops, a tablespoon about 180. Do you see the problem yet? There was no standard formulation. Dr. Smith's laudanum might be twice as strong as Dr. Jones's laudanum. The bottle you bought last month might be completely different from the bottle you bought this month. And nobody, not the doctors, not the pharmacists, definitely not the patients, knew exactly how much opium they were actually consuming. It was a pharmaceutical nightmare, except nobody called it that because this was simply how medicine worked in the 19th century. Here's what blows my mind about laudanum. You could walk into any shop, Any chemist, any general store, any market store, and buy it. No, prescription needed, no questions asked, no age limit. Victorian mothers would send their 12-year-old daughters to the shop to pick up laudanum for the family. Get a bottle of Lord, dear, and some bread while you're at it. As casual as buying aspirin at CVS today. Except aspirin won't kill you if you take too much for too long. And it was cheap. Incredibly cheap. 20 drops of laudanum cost about a penny, the same price as a loaf of bread. For working-class families, living in poverty, in pain, in the grim conditions of industrial England, laudanum was often more affordable than food. You could skip dinner and take laudanum instead, and it would suppress your hunger, dull your misery, and let you sleep, at least for a while. The marketing was everywhere. Patent medicines with names like Mrs. Winslow's Soothing Syrup and Godfrey's Cordial and Street's Infant Quietness. That last one, can you imagine infant quietness? They were all basically laudanum mixed with trial or sugar water marketed, specifically for children. Mothers gave it to crying babies. Nannies used it to keep children quiet and manageable. How many infants died from these soothing syrups? We don't know exactly. Hundreds, thousands more. The Victorian records are spotty at best, and a lot of these deaths were probably attributed to other causes, failure to thrive or natural weakness, or simply recorded as infant death, which was so common that people barely blinked. But we do know this. By the 1850s, the medical community was starting to notice something disturbing. They had a name for it. Absinthism wasn't the only new disease diagnosis of the ERA. There was also narcotism, and it was affecting women at an alarming rate. In 1872, a doctor named Horace Day published a study in Chicago. He'd been tracking opium addiction cases for years, and his findings were startling. Of all the opium addicts he'd treated, and we're talking about hundreds of patients, more than 60% were women. 60%. Think about that. In an era when women were considered the weaker sex, when they were supposed to be more moral, more pure, more resistant to vice than men, they were becoming addicted to opiates at nearly twice the rate. Why? The answer is both simple and infuriating, because their doctors kept prescribing it to them. See, Victorian medicine had this catch-all diagnosis for women's health problems. You've heard me mention it already. Women's troubles. Sometimes they called it female complaints. Other times hysteria or neurasthenia or nervous exhaustion. What did these terms actually mean? Basically anything, everything, nothing. Were you tired? Women's troubles. Anxious? Women's troubles. Depressed? Women's troubles. Menstrual cramps, morning sickness, headaches, insomnia, all women's troubles. Having trouble conceiving? Women's troubles. Having too many children, believe it or not, also women's troubles. And what was the treatment for women's troubles? You guessed it, Lord. An 1881 medical book by Dr. Frederick Heman Hubbard stated it plainly. Uterine and ovarian complications cause more ladies to fall into the habit than all other diseases combined. The medical establishment knew. They wrote about it openly that they were prescribing opiates to women primarily for gynecological issues. Issues that, by the way, laudanum didn't actually cure. It just masked the symptoms while creating an entirely new problem, addiction. But here's the truly diabolical part of this system. When women became addicted, when they started needing larger and larger doses to feel normal, when they couldn't function without it, that was diagnosed as another women's trouble. The addiction itself became evidence of women's inherent weakness, their delicate constitutions, their inability to handle the stresses of modern life. Can you imagine? You go to the doctor because you're in pain. He gives you a medicine that turns out to be highly addictive. You become dependent on that medicine. And then he uses your dependence as proof that you are fundamentally unstable to begin with. It's medical gaslighting on a societal scale. Let me tell you about Mary Todd Lincoln. You know her, right? Abraham Lincoln's wife, First Lady during the Civil War, a woman who witnessed unimaginable trauma, the death of 3 of her 4 sons, her husband, assassinated right next to her at the theater, the weight of being one of the most scrutinized women in America during the nation's darkest period. Mary Todd Lincoln was a laudanum addict. The medicine had been prescribed for her headaches, which were probably migraines. Then for her nerves after Willie, her third son, died of typhoid fever at age 11. Then for the unbearable grief after Lincoln's assassination. In the 1870s, her only surviving son had her committed to an asylum. The reasons given. She was behaving erratically. She was paranoid. She was spending money inappropriately. She was, in the language of the day, suffering from nervous derangement. And yes, she probably was behaving strangely because she was going through withdrawal and addiction cycles with laudanum while simultaneously being told by everyone around her that she was simply hysterical, simply weak, simply too fragile to handle her own life. She spent 4 months in that asylum before she managed to get herself released. Died a few years later, still taking laudanum, still in pain, both physical and emotional, that nobody seemed capable of actually treating. Or take the poet Elizabeth Barrett Browning. You might know her from How Do I Love Thee? Let Me Count the Ways. Brilliant woman, started taking opium at age 14 for a spinal injury. By the time she was an adult, she was consuming 40 drops of laudanum daily, sometimes more. She continued taking it through her marriage, through her pregnancy, right up until her death at age 55. Did the laudanum kill her? Not directly, but it didn't help. And she knew, she wrote about it in her letters, that she was trapped. She'd tried to stop multiple times and found the withdrawal so unbearable that she'd start again. This was a woman who'd survived in validity, who'd escaped an abusive father, who'd run away to Italy to marry the man she loved. She had incredible strength of will, but she couldn't kick. Lord, because here's what Victorian doctors didn't understand about opiates. It's not about willpower, it's not about moral weakness, it's chemistry. Once your brain adapts to having opiates, once your receptors get used to that external supply, stopping isn't a matter of wanting it badly enough. It's a matter of your body going into crisis. The withdrawal symptoms from laudanum were brutal. We're talking about vomiting, diarrhea, muscle aches, bone, pain, cold sweats, insomnia, anxiety, depression, and a feeling like your skin is crawling with insects. For women who'd been taking laudanum for years, sometimes decades, the withdrawal could last weeks. And this was in an era with no medical supervision for withdrawal, no support systems, no medication to ease the symptoms. So women just kept taking it. What choice did they have? Now I want to be clear about something. Not every woman who took laudanum became addicted, just like not every woman who drinks alcohol becomes an alcoholic, but the risk factors were stacked against Victorian women in ways that are almost cruel. First, as we've established, doctors prescribed it to them constantly and for everything. You didn't have to seek it out. The medical establishment was pushing it on you. Second, there was no education about the risks. Doctors themselves didn't fully understand addiction. The concept of physical dependence wasn't well understood until the late 1800s. So nobody was warning women, hey, if you take this every day for months, you won't be able to stop. Third, and this is important, women's pain was taken less seriously than men's pain. It still is today, but it was dramatically worse in the Victorian era. If a woman complained of pain, the default assumption was that she was being dramatic, that she was hysterical, that it was all in her head. So doctors would give her Lord partly to actually treat pain, but also partly just to shut her up, to calm her down, to make her manageable. And fourth, Victorian women's lives were often genuinely difficult in ways that created chronic stress and depression. If you were a working-class woman in a factory town, breathing polluted air, working 14-hour days, raising 5 children in a 2-room apartment with no running water, watching your babies die of diseases that we can now cure with antibiotics, yeah, you might want something to make that bearable. If you were an upper-class woman trapped in a loveless marriage with no legal right to divorce, no right to your own property, no ability to pursue a career or an education, forbidden from expressing any real emotion except quiet contentment, yeah, you might need something to dull that cage. Lordom was both a symptom and a cause of women's suffering, and the really insidious part is how it was framed as helping them. Let me read you something. This is from a confessional published in 1889 in the Journal of Mental Science. It's titled Confessions of a Young Lady Laudanum Drinker. Dose 4 ounces daily in 2 ounces doses. 4 ounces daily, that's half a cup of laudanum every single day. The writer, who remained anonymous, describes how she started taking laudanum for a persistent cough. Her doctor suggested it, just a few drops at night to help her sleep and suppress the coughing. Within weeks, she was taking it morning and night. Within months, she couldn't function without it. She writes, "You have it in your power to warn those who take laudanum now and then for toothache or headache. What an insidious thing it is, and how easily they may become the victims of it." Then she says, "Something that absolutely breaks my heart. This was indeed a bright idea, as I don't happen to wear corsets at all." She's being sarcastic. She'd gone to another doctor complaining of breathing problems, and he'd suggested it was because her corsets were too tight. Even when a woman was literally poisoning herself with opiates, Victorian doctors would rather blame her clothing than take her seriously. The anonymous writer continues directly addressing doctors. "You prescribe and endorse narcotics without cautioning patients to its addictive nature." This was published in a medical journal. Doctors were reading this, and yet the prescriptions continued. Of course, laudanum wasn't just creating accidental addicts. It was also creating intentional ones, and I mean intentional in the darkest way possible, because opium is an incredibly effective poison, especially when the victim doesn't know they're being poisoned. It's easy to slip into food or drink. In small doses, it just makes you sleepy. In larger doses, it stops your breathing while you sleep. And if someone dies from an opium overdose, their death looks peaceful. No signs of struggle, no visible injuries. They just don't wake up. Victorian England had a disturbing number of opium-related murders, and a lot of them targeted women, either by women or targeting women. There were cases of husbands slowly poisoning wives who'd become inconvenient, cases of wives poisoning abusive husbands, mothers who killed unwanted, children with soothing syrups, nurses who killed patients for their inheritances. Laudanum even earned a grim nickname in certain circles, inheritance powder, because it was easy, it was accessible, and it was almost impossible to prove unless someone specifically tested for opium, which rarely happened. The case that really captures the horror of this is Mary Ann Cotton, one of Britain's first recognized serial killers. Between 1852 and 1872, she's believed to have killed more than 20 people, 3 husbands, a lover, 8 of her own children, and several stepchildren, mostly with arsenic, but sometimes with laudanum, and she got away with it for 20 years. You want to know why? Because in Victorian England, it wasn't unusual for children to die. It wasn't unusual for people to suddenly get sick and pass away. The authorities didn't question it. Not until body after body piled up around this one woman, and even then they almost didn't catch her. How many other Mary Ann Cotton were there? How many poisonings went undetected, uninvestigated, written off as natural deaths or God's will? We'll never know, Will. But here's where this gets even stranger. Despite all of this, despite the addiction, despite the overdoses, despite the murders, laudanum remained stubbornly popular well into the early 20th century. Even after doctors began warning about addiction in the 1870s and 1880s, even after medical journals published study after study showing the dangers, laudanum sales continue to climb. In the United States alone, per capita opium consumption increased 15-fold between 1850 and 1890. Why didn't people stop taking it? The same reason people today struggle with opioid addiction. Once you're dependent, stopping is harder than continuing. The pain comes back worse than before. The withdrawal is unbearable. And in an era before rehabilitation centers, before support groups, before medication as assisted treatment, what were you supposed to do? Just tough it out and hope you didn't die? Plus, let's be honest, Victorian medicine didn't have great alternatives. If you had chronic pain, what else was there? Cocaine wasn't widely available until the 1880s. Aspirin wasn't synthesized until 1899. For most of the 19th century, if you were in serious pain, your options were essentially suffer, drink yourself into oblivion, or take opiates. Women chose opiates because at least opiates worked, at least for a while. It wasn't until 1906 with the Pure Food and Drug Act in the United States that medicines were required to list their ingredients on the label. Suddenly, parents picking up Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup could see right there on the bottle, contains morphine, and, shockingly, sales dropped by a third almost immediately. People weren't stupid. They weren't self-destructive. They just hadn't known. They trusted their doctors. They trusted the pharmacists. They trusted the marketing that said these medicines were safe, effective, blessed by the medical establishment, and they'd been lied to. Britain followed with the Dangerous Drugs Act in 1920, making opium a controlled substance. France passed similar laws. Country by country, the world slowly woke up to what should have been obvious decades earlier. You can't just let people buy opium like they're buying bread. But by then, how many women had lived their entire adult lives in a lurid haze? How many had died? How many had watched their children die from soothing syrups while doctors patted their hands and told them it was God's will? Elizabeth Siddell's death in 1862 didn't stop other women from taking laudanum. Mary Todd Lincoln's addiction didn't stop doctors from prescribing it. The anonymous confession in 1889 didn't change medical practice. Change came slowly, grudgingly, only after the bodies piled high enough that even the most willfully blind couldn't ignore them anymore. And here's what really stays with me about the Lord's story. The women who suffered weren't making bad choices. They were making the only choices they were given. When your doctor, the person society has designated as the authority on your body, tells you to take something, you take it. When that something temporarily makes your pain bearable, you keep taking it. When stopping makes you violently ill, you start again. And when everyone around you says this is normal, this is medicine, this is what respectable women do for their health, what else are you supposed to think? The tragedy of laudanum isn't that women were weak, it's that they were trapped in a system designed to keep them dependent on medicine, on doctors, on husbands, on a society that had decided their suffering was either imaginary or irrelevant. Laudanum promised relief, but relief isn't the same as freedom. Relief just makes the cage slightly more comfortable. Now, if you think laudanum was the darkest chapter in women's pharmaceutical history, I have news for you. There was another drink, or rather a whole category of drinks that were even more openly marketed to women, even more socially acceptable, and somehow even more dangerous. These drinks were endorsed by popes, recommended by doctors, advertised with celebrity testimonials from the most famous people in the world. They promised energy, health, beauty, and vitality. And they contained cocaine. Not a little cocaine, not accidentally, but deliberately, proudly marketed as a feature rather than a bug. In the next part of our journey, we're going to talk about the era when cocaine wine was considered a health tonic, when queens allegedly drank it, when priests blessed it, when respectable women served it at dinner parties without a second thought. We're going to talk about Vin Marani and the cocaine craze that convinced an entire generation that this was the miracle cure they'd been waiting for. Because if you thought opium was a pharmaceutical disaster, wait until you hear what happens when you mix cocaine with alcohol and market it to exhausted mothers, overworked performers, and anyone who wanted just a little more energy to get through the day. The Green Fairy promised inspiration. Laudanum promised numbness. But cocaine wine promised power, and women were thirsty for it. Paris 1863. A chemist's laboratory on the Rue de Rivoli. Angelo Marani stands over his workbench carefully measuring cocoa leaves from Peru. He's a Corsican pharmacist with big dreams and an even bigger idea. He's just read a fascinating paper by an Italian physician named Paolo Mantegazza who traveled through South America and came back raving about a plant the Incas considered sacred: cocoa. Mantegazza described how chewing cocoa leaves gave you energy, suppressed hunger, made you feel euphoric and alert. But there was a problem. Cocoa leaves didn't travel well. By the time they reached Europe, they'd lost most of their potency. They tasted terrible, and Europeans weren't exactly eager to chew on dried leaves like South American peasants. But Mariani had an insight. What if you didn't chew the leaves? What if you extracted the active ingredient using alcohol as a solvent? And what if, here's the brilliant part, you mixed it with something Europeans already loved? Wine. Specifically, a nice Bordeaux, red wine from the finest vineyards of France, infused with Peruvian cocoa leaves. He called it Vin Tonique Marani Loca du Peru, or as the world would come to know it, Vin Marani. And with that simple combination, wine plus coer, Angelo Marani was about to become probably the world's first cocaine millionaire. He was about to get the Pope's personal endorsement. He was about to convince queens, presidents, inventors, and opera singers that drinking cocaine was not just acceptable, but virtuous. And women loved it, because finally here was a drink that didn't promise to numb their pain or dull their senses. This drink promised energy, vitality, the ability to do everything society demanded of them, and then some. The question is, at what cost? Let me explain what was actually in Vin Marani, because the chemistry here is fascinating and terrifying in equal measure. Marani's formula was supposedly a closely guarded secret, but we actually know quite a bit about it. He used Bordeaux wine, a good one, not cheap table wine, and he merated cocoa leaves in it for several months. The alcohol in the wine acted as a solvent, pulling the cocaine alkaloids right out of the leaves. The original French version contained about 6 milligrams of cocaine per flu ounce. That might not sound like much, but remember, a typical serving was 2 to 3 glasses. So you were getting somewhere between 30 to 50 mg of cocaine in a single sitting. Now here's where it gets wild. Marani realized that the American market had access to stronger cocoa wines from competitors. So he created an export version specifically for the United States with 7.2 milligrams per ounce, 20% more cocaine, just for the American market, because apparently Americans needed extra. But the real kicker is this: when you combine cocaine with alcohol, something happens in your liver. Your body creates a completely different compound called cocaine. And cocaine is more euphoric than cocaine alone. It lasts longer. It produces a more intense high. It also happens to be significantly more toxic to your heart and liver, but nobody knew that in 1863 what Marani had accidentally created was one of the most effective recreational drugs in history. And he was marketing it as a health tonic. The advertising for Vin Marani was genius. Absolutely genius. Mariani understood something that modern marketing executives still study today. Celebrity endorsements sell products. But he didn't just get celebrities to endorse his wine. He turned it into a collection, an art project, a cultural phenomenon. He would send free cases of Vin Marani to famous people, celebrities, politicians, artists, inventors, religious leaders, anyone with a recognizable name got a shipment, and then he'd politely request that they send back a testimonial and, if possible, a signed photograph or a piece of artwork. The responses poured in, and Mariani published them. He created beautiful advertisement posters featuring these testimonials. He compiled them into books, actual coffee table books called Portrait, Autograph Dion Tempora, that people collected. 14 volumes, eventually thousands of endorsements. Let me read you some of these because they're remarkable. Thomas Edison, the inventor. Vin Marani is the best of tonic wines. I have found it helpful in sustaining one's power to apply one's mind to work, especially when several problems are under investigation at the same time. Jules Verne, the science fiction writer. Since a single glass of Marani's extraordinary cocoa wine guarantees 12 hours of euphoria, I shall certainly live 300 years. Émile Zola, the novelist. Marani wine fortifies and refreshes body and brain. It is nothing less than a gift from the gods. And then, and this is my favorite because it's so audacious, Pope Leo the 13th, the Pope, the leader of the Catholic Church, Angelo Marani, sent him Vin Marani. And not only did the Pope drink it, he awarded Mariani a Vatican gold medal and appeared on a poster endorsing it. The advertisement read, "His Holiness the Pope writes that he has fully appreciated the beneficent effects of this tonic wine and has forwarded to Mr. Marani, as a token of his gratitude, a gold medal bearing his august effigy." There's even a persistent rumor that Pope Leo carried a hip flask of Vin Marani with him. I mean, can you imagine the Pope walking around the Vatican taking nips of cocaine wine throughout the day, His Holiness running on cocaine and Bordeaux? Whether that particular detail is true or not, the endorsement certainly was. The Pope blessed cocaine wine, and if the Pope said it was good, how could it be bad? But it was the women, specifically the female performers, who really made Vin Marani famous. Opera singers loved it, actresses adored it, dancers swore by it. Why? Because performing in the late 19th century was physically brutal. Imagine you're an opera singer in 1890. You're performing 3, 4, sometimes 5 times a week. The theaters are huge. We're talking thousands of seats before the era of microphones or amplification. You have to project your voice to the back of the house using nothing but your lungs and your training. Performances last for hours, and if you're successful, you might be doing this for months without a break. Your vocal cords are strained. Your body is exhausted. You're expected to look beautiful, sound perfect, and radiate energy even when you've been traveling for days and sleeping in drafty hotel rooms. Now someone hands you a glass of Vin Marani and tells you it's a tensor of the vocal cords, that it will strengthen your voice, boost your energy, help you perform at your peak. You try it, and my God, it works. You feel amazing. Your throat feels smooth. Your voice sounds clearer. You have energy that seems endless. The exhaustion just melts away. Of course it does. You just drank cocaine. The famous soprano Adelina Patti wrote, "I find Vin Marani most efficacious for the voice." Emma Emmes, another opera star, gushed about how it helped her through demanding performances. Sarah Bernhardt, probably the most famous actress of her generation, not only endorsed it, but appeared in multiple advertisements. There's even a story about how Sarah Bernhardt used Vin Marani to power through her legendary performances. Schibber once said, "I arrived on stage in a semi-conscious state, yet delighted with the applause I received." Make of that what you will. These women weren't BR party girls or rebels. They were respected professionals at the top of their field. And they were publicly proudly declaring that they used cocaine wine to do their jobs. Nobody thought this was scandalous. Nobody questioned it because it wasn't called cocaine. ITR was called a tonic, a health beverage, medicine. Now, you might be wondering, did people really not know cocaine was addictive? Did they not notice the side effects? The answer is complicated. Cocaine as a purified substance wasn't isolated from cocoa leaves until 1859, and it didn't become widely used in medicine until the 1880s. For most of Vin Marani's early popularity, people didn't even fully understand what cocaine was. They knew cocoa leaves had stimulating properties. They knew the wine made you feel good. But the mechanism, the specific chemical, the dangers, all of that was still being figured out. And honestly, Vin Marani was probably mild compared to what came later. 6 to 7 milligrams of cocaine per ounce, diluted in wine, taken occasionally. That's not nothing, but it's not pharmaceutical-grade cocaine being snorted or injected either. Where it got dangerous was the same place laudanum got dangerous, regular use. Because cocaine is sneaky, it doesn't create physical dependence the way opiates do. You won't get violently sick if you stop, but it creates something arguably worse. psychological dependence. You remember how good it felt, how productive you were, how confident, how energized, how capable. And then when you don't have it, normal life feels gray and flat and exhausting. So you have another glass and another, and slowly, gradually, the amount that used to give you energy now just makes you feel normal. So you need more. Did Vin Marani create cocaine addicts? Almost certainly, yes. But here's the thing. Addiction wasn't well understood yet. If someone was drinking multiple bottles a day, people might think they were enthusiastic about the product. Or maybe they had a delicate constitution that required more tonic. The idea that the substance itself could rewire your brain's reward system wasn't really part of medical thinking yet. I want to tell you about someone who probably deserves more attention in this story. The other. Women who built the cocaine wine industry, because while Angelo Mariani was getting rich and famous, there were women who saw the market opportunity and jumped in not as consumers, but as entrepreneurs. These weren't just society ladies endorsing a product. These were businesswomen manufacturing and selling their own versions of cocoa wine. The market was exploding and women wanted a piece of it. In France, in England, in America, small pharmaceutical companies, some run by women or with women as equal partners, started producing their own cocoa wines. They had names like Cocoa Cordial and Melting with Cocoa Wine and Metaf's Cocoa Wine. Most of these products are forgotten now. Vin Marani had the marketing budget and the celebrity endorsements, but for a brief window of time in the late 1800s, there was a thriving industry of women-made cocaine products marketed to other women. And you know what? I find that strangely empowering and deeply troubling at the same time. On one hand, women were participating in commerce, in manufacturing, in building businesses in an era when most opportunities were closed to them. On the other hand, they were literally selling each other drugs. It's a reminder that capitalism doesn't care about your gender. It will happily let you exploit yourself and others as long as there's profit to be made. The fall of cocaine wine came gradually and then, all at once. In the 1880s and 1890s, doctors started figuring out what cocaine actually did to the body. Sigmund Freud famously wrote papers praising cocaine as a miracle drug, then watched helplessly as a friend became addicted and had to retract his enthusiasm. Medical journals began publishing warnings. The euphoria started to look less like healing and more like intoxication. By 1906, the Pure Food and Drug Act in the United States required that cocaine be listed as an ingredient on labels. Just like with laudanum, sales plummeted when people actually knew what they were consuming. Then came the Harrison Narcotics Tax Act of 1914 in the United States, which heavily restricted cocaine and opium. France followed with the Loi Stupéfiante in 1916. Britain passed the Dangerous Drugs Act in 1920. Country by country, the legal framework closed in. Cocaine went from miracle medicine to controlled substance to illegal drug. Angelo Mariani died in 1914 just as the world was turning against his creation. He never passed his secret formula to the next generation, and Vin Marani ceased production shortly after his death. For almost 100 years, it was just a strange footnote in pharmaceutical history. But here's the twist. In 2014, a man named Christopher Marani, no relation to Angelo, relaunched Vin Marani without the cocaine. Obviously, it's sold now as a luxury wine with cocoa leaf extract. The same way Coca-Cola contains cocoa leaf extracts that have been deconized. The flavor without the felony. I don't know if that's brilliant marketing or the world's saddest compromise. Maybe both. What strikes me most about the Vin Marani story is how it reveals the way we tell ourselves stories about drugs. When cocaine was in wine, endorsed by popes and opera singers, prescribed by doctors, drunk at dinner parties, it was medicine. It was culture. It was progress. When the exact same substance ended up in the hands of the wrong people, the poor, the marginalized, the racialized, suddenly it became a dangerous drug that needed to be criminalized. The substance didn't change. What changed was who was using it and how society felt about those users. And women were caught right in the middle of that transition. Respectable ladies drinking vin marani at a dinner party. Perfectly fine. Working-class women drinking cocaine-laced patent medicines. Scandalous, immoral, evidence of degradation. The same old story. Women's bodies as battlegrounds for moral panics that have nothing to do with their actual health or well-being. But here's what nobody could have predicted at the height of the cocaine wine craze. There was another drink completely legal that would outlast all of these forbidden substances, a drink that would become so associated with women that an entire style of fashion would be named after it, a drink that was once exotic and expensive but would become the most consumed beverage in the world after water. And unlike absinthe or laudanum or cocaine wine, this drink is still here. You probably had some today. You might be drinking it right now. But don't let its innocence fool you. Because in the Victorian era, tea wasn't just tea. It was politics. It was empire. It was the drink that launched wars, destroyed forests, and kept an entire social system functioning. And for women specifically, tea was a weapon, sometimes wielded by them, sometimes wielded against them. And yes, believe it or not, women were getting addicted to tea too, drinking so much that they couldn't sleep, couldn't think straight, were suffering from what Victorian doctors called tea intoxication. Which raises an interesting question. Is any drink really safe, or is it just a matter of dose, context, and who's profiting from your consumption? Let's find out, because the story of women and tea is stranger than you think, and it starts not in an English garden, but in an opium smuggling scheme that would reshape the entire world. Picture an English drawing room in 1840. The afternoon light filters through lace curtains. A woman in a silk dress sits at a polished mahogany table presiding over an elaborate setup. A silver tea service, porcelain cups so thin you can see light through them, tiny sandwiches with the crust cut off, delicate cakes arranged on a three-tiered stand. This is Anna, the 7th Duchess of Bedford, and she's about to accidentally invent a social ritual that will define an entire era. The Duchess has a problem. It's 4 in the afternoon and she's experiencing what she describes as a sinking feeling. Breakfast was at 8, lunch was light. Dinner won't be served until 8 or 9 in the evening. That's 12 hours between meals, and her stomach is staging a revolt. So, she does something radical. She asks her servants to bring tea, bread, and butter and cake to her private chambers in the late afternoon. It's delicious, it's satisfying. It solves the sinking feeling problem entirely. And then, because the Duchess is a social creature, she starts inviting friends to join her. What begins as a private snack becomes a social event. Other aristocratic ladies hear about it and start doing the same. Within a decade, afternoon tea has spread across Britain's upper classes like wildfire. But here's what Anna, the Duchess of Bedford, didn't realize. She wasn't just creating a pleasant custom, she was building a power structure. Because the tea table was about to become one of the few spaces in Victorian society where women could wield genuine authority, express opinions freely, and shape social hierarchies. And yes, some women would become so obsessed with this ritual that they literally poison themselves with tea. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to understand how a plant from China became the most British thing imaginable. And that story, it involves a Portuguese princess, a massive smuggling operation, and more than a little bit of imperialism. Tea didn't arrive in England by accident. It arrived as part of a dowry. The year is 1662. King Charles II of England is marrying Catherine of Banza, a Portuguese princess. Portugal at this time has established trading posts in Macau, China, and has been importing tea for decades. The Portuguese aristocracy loves tea. They've made it fashionable in their court. Catherine brings her tea drinking habit with her to England, and because she's the queen, suddenly tea becomes aspirational. If Her Majesty drinks tea, well, shouldn't everyone else? But there's a problem. Tea is phenomenally expensive. It takes 12 to 15 months for tea shipments to arrive by sea from China. The British government slaps heavy taxes on it. At one point, tea is taxed at over 100% of its value. A pound of tea costs more than most working people earned in a month. So for the first 50 years after Catherine introduces tea to England, it's exclusively an aristocratic drink. Poor people can't afford it. Middle-class people might have it on special occasions, but the wealthy, they're building entire rooms in their houses just for drinking tea. And here's where it gets interesting from a gender perspective. Tea becomes women's domain. The lady of the house keeps the tea. Leaves in a locked caddy. She holds the key. Only she has the authority to measure out the precious leaves and prepare the tea. The tea table becomes her space, her ritual, her kingdom. In a society where women couldn't own property, couldn't vote, couldn't hold most jobs, couldn't even open a bank account without male permission, the tea table was a rare place where they had unquestioned authority. The tea ceremony was considered a feminine skill, and women took enormous pride in their ability to brew the perfect cup. Think about what that means. For a few hours each afternoon in drawing rooms across Britain, women were in charge. They decided who got invited. They controlled the conversation. They determined the social hierarchy by how they arranged the seating, how much attention they paid to each guest, whether they poured your tea first or last. Men might run the government and the businesses and the banks, but women ran the tea table. And in Victorian society, social power mattered. By the time we get to the Victorian era proper, 1837 to 1901, tea has become more affordable, but not exactly cheap. The working classes buy it from street vendors, drinking it hot and sweet to get through brutal work days. But the middle and upper classes, they've turned tea into theatre. Let me walk you through what a proper Victorian afternoon tea actually involved, because it was elaborate to the point of absurdity. First, the tea itself had to be prepared correctly. You warmed the pot either by placing it in a warm oven, holding it near the fire, or filling it with boiling water and then emptying it. Then, you added the tea leaves, 1 teaspoon per person, plus 1 for the pot. You poured boiling water over the leaves and let it steep for exactly 5 minutes. Not 4, not 6, 5. Then came the pouring. This was crucial. Tea went into the cup first, then milk. Why? Because pouring hot tea directly onto delicate porcelain could crack it. Also, pouring milk into the tea let you control the exact shade. Too much milk and you'd be judged. Too little and you'd look unsophisticated. Sugar was offered separately, never assumed. You used specialized tongs to place the sugar cubes in your cup. Then you stirred gently without making noise, without tapping the spoon against the cup. When you finished stirring, you placed the spoon on the saucer at exactly 15 degrees behind the cup and to the right of the handle. You picked up the cup using your thumb and first 2 fingers. Never stick out your pinky. That was considered pretentious, ironically enough. You looked into the cup while drinking, not over it. You took small sips. You never ever blew on your tea to cool it. You never drank from the saucer, even though that had been common practice a generation earlier. Are you exhausted yet? We haven't even gotten to the food. These sandwiches had to be delicate. Thin bread, crusts removed, cut into precise triangles or rectangles. Fillings were light cucumber with butter, watercress, egg, and crest. Perhaps thin slices of salmon. Nothing that would require actual chewing or make noise. Scone came next, served with clotted cream and jam, and here was another rule. Did you put the cream or the jam on first in Devon? Cream first in Cornwall, jam first. Choose wrong and you'd mark yourself as an outsider. Finally, cakes and pastries. Victoria sponge, of course, named after Queen Victoria herself. Battenberg, Malines. Everything small, everything refined, everything requiring that you take tiny bites so you could still participate in conversation without looking like you were actually eating. And speaking of conversation, there were rules for that too. Books like the Lady's Book of etiquette and manual of politeness laid out exactly what you could and couldn't discuss. No politics, no money, no religion, definitely nothing related to bodily functions or illness. Gossip was acceptable as long as it was dressed up as concern for others. Compliments were expected. Criticism was delivered so subtly that the victim might not realize they'd been insulted until hours later. Can you imagine? You're balancing a delicate teacup following 17 different rules of etiquette, eating food that requires surgical precision, and maintaining polite conversation about absolutely nothing of substance, all while wearing a corset so tight you can barely breathe. And women did this every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. Because here's the thing about Victorian tea culture. It wasn't really about the tea. It was about performance, about demonstrating that you knew the rules, about proving that you belonged to the right social class. An 1887 article noted with fascination that fashionable ladies would attend as many as 9 teas in a single afternoon. 9. Imagine going from house to house, from drawing room to drawing room, drinking tea at each stop, eating tiny sandwiches at each stop, performing the same elaborate ritual over and over. And this is where we start to see the dark side of tea culture emerging, because tea contains caffeine, not as much as coffee, but depending on how strong you brew it and how much you drink, a substantial amount. A typical cup of black tea has about 40 to 70 milligrams of caffeine. Drink 9 cups in an afternoon, and you've consumed somewhere between 300 and 600 milligrams of caffeine, roughly equivalent to 6 espresso shots. And women were doing this daily, for years, for decades. In 1895, a magazine called Table Talk published a warning about the new phenomenon of excessive tea consumption. They worried about women drinking a great deal more tea than they normally would have during these marathon social sessions. The article warned about nervous prostration, sleeplessness, and the nameless misery of our overwrought women. Nervous prostration, that's Victorian code for anxiety, panic attacks, chronic stress, and exhaustion, all symptoms of excessive caffeine consumption. But here's the really insidious part. Because tea was associated with respectability, with domesticity, with feminine virtue, nobody recognized it as a drug problem. Unlike absinthe or laudanum, or cocaine wine, tea seemed wholesome. Tea seemed safe. How could something your grandmother served at her refined afternoon gatherings possibly be harmful? Let me tell you about tea, adulteration, because this is where the story gets genuinely disturbing. Remember, for most of the Victorian era, tea was expensive. This created a massive incentive for fraud. Tea merchants would stretch their product by mixing real tea with other substances. What kinds of substances? I'm glad you asked, because the answer will make you never want to drink tea again. Used tea leaves, yes, used, were collected from wealthy households by enterprising maids and sold to unscrupulous vendors. These leaves would be dried out and mixed with fresh tea. You were literally drinking someone's leftovers and you had no idea. But that was the benign version. Other adulterants included leaves from ash, trees, elder trees, and sloe bushes. These would be dried, sometimes dyed to the right color, and sold as tea. And what did they use to dye these fake leaves? For black tea, they used logwood, a dyeing agent that could cause gastroenteritis. For green tea, they used verdigris, which is basically copper poisoning waiting to happen. People were drinking actual poison and calling it tea. The food safety regulations we take for granted today, they didn't exist. The Pure Food and Drug Act in the US wasn't passed until 1906. In Britain, various food adulteration acts came even earlier, starting in the 1860s, but enforcement was spotty at best. And women, who were the primary consumers and preparers of tea, were the primary victims. They were serving this stuff to their children, to their guests, to themselves. How many Victorian illnesses attributed to weak constitution or female fragility were actually just chronic low-level poisoning from contaminated tea? We'll never know. But even when the tea was real and unadulterated, there was still the problem of overconsumption. Tea wasn't just a beverage in Victorian England. It was a drug delivery system that had been culturally sanctioned, feminized, and wrapped in so many rules of etiquette that nobody recognized it as such. Think about it. If a Victorian woman drank alcohol throughout the day, she'd be considered an alcoholic. If she took laudanum constantly, she'd be labeled an addict. But if she drank 8, 10, 12 cups of tea daily, she was simply being proper, simply performing her social duty. And the effects were real. Chronic heavy tea consumption can cause iron deficiency anemia, especially in women who are also dealing with menstrual blood loss. It can cause insomnia, anxiety, heart palpitations, digestive problems. It can interfere with nutrient absorption. But Victorian doctors weren't making the connection. When women came to them complaining of fatigue, weakness, nervous disorders, the doctors would often prescribe more rest, fresh air, and perhaps a tonic, possibly a tonic, containing cocaine or opium, which would interact beautifully with all that caffeine. Nobody said, "Hey, maybe stop drinking a gallon of tea every day," because tea wasn't the problem. Tea was civilization. Tea was what separated the British from the savage cultures they were colonizing. Tea was refinement itself. How could refinement be harmful? Now, we need to talk about where all this tea was actually coming from, because this is where the story gets really dark. China had been cultivating and processing tea for thousands of years. They had a monopoly on tea production, and they knew it. The British were desperate for tea, absolutely desperate. But China wasn't particularly interested in British goods. So Britain was hemorrhaging silver, paying for all this tea, and getting very frustrated about the trade imbalance. Their solution: start smuggling opium into China. Yes, really, the British essentially became drug dealers on a national scale. They grew opium in India, smuggled it into China, got millions of Chinese people addicted to opium, and used the profits to buy tea. When the Chinese government tried to stop this, Britain went to war twice. These are called the Opium Wars, and they're among the most shameful chapters in British imperial history. So every time a Victorian lady sat down for her refined afternoon tea, every time she carefully poured from her silver teapot into her delicate porcelain cup, every time she nibbled on a sandwich with the crusts cut off, she was participating in a system built on drug trafficking, military violence, and imperial exploitation. The tea ceremony that gave women a space of authority in their own homes was funded by destroying families in China through opium addiction. There's a bitter irony there that I don't think we can ignore. Women were being prescribed opium in England for their troubles, while Britain was forcing opium onto China to pay for their tea habit. The same substance weaponized in different directions, creating addiction and suffering on both sides of the world, and tea was the engine driving all of it. By the late Victorian era, Britain had gotten so paranoid about depending on China for tea that they started growing it elsewhere. India, Ceylon, which is now Sri Lanka. They basically looked at their colonial holdings and said, "Where can we force people to grow tea for us?" The answer was anywhere with the right climate and a population they could exploit. Tea plantations in colonial India and Ceylon were brutal places. Workers, many of them women, were paid starvation wages to pick tea leaves for 12, 14 hours a day. They lived in company housing, bought food from company stores at inflated prices, and ended up in perpetual debt to the plantation owners. Their hands would be stained brown from the tea. Their backs would be permanently bent from the picking, and they'd see their children doing the same work, trapped in the same system. Meanwhile, in England, ladies were debating whether milk should go in before or after the tea. The disconnect is staggering. And British women, even as they suffered under their own forms of oppression, even as they fought for suffrage and property rights and educational access, were largely oblivious to the fact that their beloved tea ceremony was built on the backs of colonized women halfway around the world. Or maybe they knew and just didn't care. It's hard to say which is worse. There's a photograph I wish I could show you. It's from around 1890. taken at what was advertised as a ladies' afternoon tea in a fashionable London hotel. The women are wearing elaborate dresses with bustles and elaborate hats. The table is set with what must be 100% worth of silver and china. Everything is elegant, everything is refined, and if you look closely at one woman in the photograph, you can see that her eyes are slightly unfocused. Her smile is a bit too fixed. She's gripping her teacup just a little too tightly. What's her story? Is she one of the women who attended 9 teas in an afternoon, running on caffeine and social obligation? Is she drinking adulterated tea that's slowly poisoning her? Is she also taking laudanum for the headaches that her excessive tea consumption is causing, creating a cycle of stimulant and depressant that's destroying her health? We don't know. We'll never know. But we know she was there performing the ritual, following the rules, participating in a system that told her this was what proper women did. This was civilization. This was culture. The tea ceremony eventually evolved, of course. By the Edwardian era, it had become slightly less rigid. By the 1920s, the suffragettes were hosting political discussions over tea, turning the ritual into a tool for social change rather than social control. Modern British tea culture is much more relaxed. You can buy tea bags at any grocery store. You can put milk in first or last or not at all. Nobody's going to judge you, or at least not to your face. But remnants of that Victorian tea culture persist. The idea that tea is comforting, that it's civilized, that it's something women are naturally good at preparing. The notion that having someone over for tea is a gesture of hospitality and friendship. These aren't bad things necessarily, but they carry echoes of a time when tea was about much more than hospitality, when it was about power, about empire, about controlling women's behavior, while simultaneously exploiting their labor and their bodies as consumers. And here's what really gets me. Tea was the safe option. Tea was the drink respectable women chose instead of absinthe, instead of gin, instead of cocaine wine. Tea was what you drank when you wanted to avoid vice and embrace virtue. But safety is relative, isn't it? Safe compared to what? And safe for whom? The Victorian lady drinking 12 cups of tea a day while slowly developing anemia and anxiety disorders. Was she safe? The Chinese families torn apart by British opium imports. Were they safe? The women picking tea leaves on colonial plantations for pennies a day. Were they safe, or was safety just another story? We tell ourselves to make exploitation palatable. Of course, tea wasn't the only safe drink that turned out to be dangerous, because while Victorian women were overdosing on caffeine and performing elaborate tea ceremonies, there was another substance being marketed to them as a beauty aid, not a drink technically. These came in little white wafers that you could purchase at Sears and Roebuck right there in the catalog, next to the clothes and the household goods. The advertisements promised a deliciously clear complexion. They swore the product was absolutely harmless, and they were lying because these little white wafers contained arsenic, literal poison, and women were eating them deliberately daily in pursuit of the pale, translucent skin that Victorian beauty standards demanded. Tea might have been giving women caffeine addiction, but arsenic complexion wafers, those were giving women something much worse. And the truly horrifying part is that doctors weren't just allowing this, they were recommending it. So let me ask you this. If tea could be dangerous, if doctors could prescribe poison, if the Pope could endorse cocaine wine, what could women actually trust when every drink, every medicine, every beauty product might be slowly killing you? How do you protect yourself? The answer, as we're about to discover, is that you often can't, because the next chapter of our story isn't about drinks at all. It's about the beauty, industry's most toxic lie, that suffering for beauty is noble, that poison can make you pretty, and that if you die trying to be beautiful, well, at least you died trying. Welcome to the era of arsenic complexion wafers. Trust me, it's even worse than it sounds. When Spanish conquistadors first encountered chocolate in the Aztec Empire in the early 1500s, they witnessed something that shocked them. The Aztec emperor, Moctezuma, would drink cup after cup of a bitter, frothy beverage before entering his harem. The Spanish were told quite explicitly that this drink enhanced his virility and stamina. Chocolate in its original form was not a sweet treat for children. It was a powerful substance, associated with bloodshed, because the Aztecs believed cacao pods looked like human hearts with religious sacrifice and with sexual potency. When this drink arrived in Europe, it carried that reputation with it. And European society absolutely lost its mind trying to figure out what to do with chocolate, especially when it came to women. Could respectable ladies drink something that was rumored to be an aphrodisiac? The debates that followed were hilarious, scandalous, and reveal so much about how society has always tried to control women's consumption and women's sexuality. Let me take you back to the moment. Chocolate first arrived in Spain because the reaction tells you everything you need to know. The year is 1528, and Hernán Cortés returns from Mexico bringing cacao beans as part of the tribute from conquered territories. The Aztecs had been consuming chocolate for thousands of years, but their version bore almost no resemblance to what we think of as hot chocolate today. They would grind cacao beans, mix the powder with water, add chili peppers, sometimes achiote for color, sometimes cornmeal for thickness. Then they would pour the mixture back and forth between vessels from a height to create a thick foam on top. This foam was considered the best part. The drink was bitter, spicy, stimulating. The Spanish tried it and were not initially impressed. Too bitter, too strange. But they noticed something interesting. It seemed to provide energy, mental clarity, a pleasant sense of stimulation. So they started experimenting. They removed the chili peppers and added something the Aztecs had never used: sugar. And that changed everything. Sweetened chocolate became popular among Spanish nobility. But here is where it gets interesting. The drink was expensive, exotic, came from the New World with all its associations of conquest and wealth. It became a status symbol, but it also became controversial because of its supposed effects on the body and particularly on women's bodies. The Spanish had inherited the Aztec belief that chocolate was stimulating in multiple ways. It gave you energy, yes, but it also allegedly increased desire, loosened inhibitions, warmed the blood. And European medical theory at the time, which was still based largely on ancient Greek ideas about humors and temperaments, categorized chocolate as a hot substance. In this medical framework, hot substances were thought to increase passion, whereas cold substances calmed it. Women, according to this theory, were already dangerously prone to excessive passion and needed to be kept cool and calm. So giving women a hot substance like chocolate was potentially asking for trouble. This led to some truly fascinating debates. In Spain, particularly among the upper classes, chocolate drinking became enormously popular with women. Spanish noblewomen would have chocolate delivered to them in church so they could drink it during long services. And this caused a massive scandal. Bishops were outraged. How dare these women drink a potentially stimulating, pleasure-giving beverage in church in the house of God? Some bishops tried to ban chocolate drinking during Mass, but the women refused to comply. They argued that the chocolate was medicinal, that they needed it to maintain their strength during the long services, that it was no different from taking medicine. The debate escalated. The church had to decide, was chocolate food or drink? This was not an idle question. Catholic rules said you could not eat during fasts, but you could drink. So if chocolate was a drink, it was permissible during fasting periods. If it was food, it was not. Different religious authorities gave different answers. Some said that since chocolate was thick and nutritious, it counted as food and broke the fast. Others said that since it consumed as a liquid, it was a drink and was therefore acceptable. The real question underlying all of this, of course, was about control. Could women consume something pleasurable? Could they make their own decisions about what to put in their bodies? The fact that chocolate was associated with sexuality made these questions even more fraught. A woman who drank chocolate was in some people's minds advertising that she was sensual, pleasure-seeking, potentially available. This was dangerous thinking in a society obsessed with controlling women's sexuality. Chocolate houses began opening in major European cities in the 1600s, following the model of coffee houses. And just like coffee houses, they initially excluded women. These were male spaces where men could drink chocolate, conduct business, socialize. The exclusion of women was explicit and intentional. Chocolate houses had reputations as places where men went to relax, to escape domestic responsibilities, to engage in masculine pursuits. Women in chocolate houses would have been seen as prostitutes or women of questionable morals. But wealthy women still wanted chocolate, so they consumed it at home. Elaborate chocolate services became popular, similar to tea services, but specifically for chocolate. These were expensive, decorated with gold and silver, a way of displaying wealth. Wealthy women would host chocolate parties in their drawing rooms, inviting friends over for hot chocolate and conversation. This was acceptable because it was private, domestic, supervised. In France, when chocolate first became fashionable at court in the mid-600s, it was explicitly marketed as a health tonic for women. Advertisements and pamphlets claimed that chocolate could help with all sorts of female complaints. It aided digestion, calmed nerves, helped with childbirth recovery, even improved complexion. One popular claim was that chocolate could make women more beautiful. Given the European obsession with female beauty as a form of social currency, this was powerful marketing. But there was always that underlying anxiety about chocolate stimulating effects. Medical texts from this period are hilarious in their concern. One doctor wrote, and I am paraphrasing 17th century medical Latin here, that chocolate inflamed the passions and should be consumed by women only with caution and proper supervision. Another warned that young, unmarried women should avoid chocolate entirely, as it might awaken desires that should remain dormant until marriage. These doctors were treating chocolate like it was some kind of love potion. Was there any truth to these beliefs? Well, chocolate does contain several compounds that affect the brain. Theobromine is a mild stimulant similar to caffeine but gentler. Chocolate also contains phenethylamine, which is sometimes called the love drug because the brain produces it when you're falling in love. And there is anandamide, which activates the same receptors as cannabis, creating a mild feeling of bliss. Chocolate does have real psychoactive effects, but the idea that it would turn respectable women into uncontrollable seductresses was pure fantasy, a projection of male anxieties about female sexuality onto an innocent beverage. Marionette had a personal chocolate maker. This position, chocolatier to the Queen, was a prestigious role at Versailles. Maria Antoinette loved chocolate and drank it regularly, often flavored with orange blossom or vanilla. She had special porcelain chocolate cups made just for her use, decorated with her monogram. Her endorsement helped make chocolate fashionable among French aristocratic women, and interestingly, Marie Antoinette's association with chocolate was later used against her during the Revolution. Revolutionary propaganda portrayed her as excessively luxurious, wasteful, self-indulgent, and her chocolate habit was cited as evidence of this. How dare she drink expensive chocolate while French peasants starved? The fact that chocolate was associated with female pleasure and sensuality made it an even more effective symbol of aristocratic decadence in the minds of revolutionaries. By the 1700s, chocolate was becoming more widely available as sugar. Production increased in the Caribbean, powered by enslaved labor, and as cacao cultivation expanded, this made chocolate cheaper, which meant more people could afford it. But the class associations remained. Expensive, high-quality chocolate was still a luxury item for the wealthy. Cheaper versions were available for the middle classes, and the very poor could not afford chocolate at all. There is a fascinating gender divide that developed around chocolate during this period. Men tended to drink coffee, which was associated with business, rationality, and the public sphere. Women tended to drink chocolate, which was associated with domesticity, emotion, and the private sphere. Tea eventually became popular with both genders in Britain, but chocolate remained more feminine. And as chocolate became more associated with women and children, it lost some of its dangerous, sexy reputation. The transformation really accelerated in the 1800s with the invention of solid chocolate and milk chocolate. A Dutch chemist named Coenraad van Ton invented a process in 1828 to separate cocoa butter from cocoa solids, which allowed for the creation of cocoa powder and eventually solid chocolate bars. Then in 1875, a Swiss chocolatier named Daniel Peter figured out how to add milk powder to chocolate, creating milk chocolate. These innovations made chocolate easier to consume, more pleasant tasting, and crucially made it seem more innocent. Milk chocolate in particular was marketed to children. It was sweet, creamy, mild. Companies like Cadbury in Britain and Hershey in America built empires on milk, chocolate, positioning it as a wholesome treat for kids. And with that shift, chocolate lost its scandalous reputation almost entirely. By 1900, the idea that chocolate was an aphrodisiac seemed quaint and old-fashioned. It was just candy. But I want to circle back to those Spanish noblewomen drinking chocolate in church, because their story is actually quite empowering when you think about it. These women were told by religious authorities, by bishops, by men in power, that they could not have their chocolate. And the women said no. They kept drinking it. They argued their case. They used the language available to them, claiming it was medicinal. But they stood their ground. Eventually, the bishops gave up. The women won. They got to keep their chocolate. This might seem like a small thing, a trivial rebellion over a beverage, but it was not small to them. In a world where women had very little autonomy, where almost every aspect of their lives was controlled by fathers, husbands, brothers, priests, the ability to make a choice about something as simple as what to drink was significant. It was a crack in the wall of total control. And those Spanish women exploited that crack. There is also something interesting about the fact that chocolate, coffee, and tea all arrived in Europe at roughly the same time in the 1600s. These three beverages would go on to define social rituals and shape global trade for centuries. And all three got gendered in specific ways. Coffee became the drink of male intellectuals and businessmen. Tea became the drink of domestic femininity and British imperialism. Chocolate became the drink of female pleasure, and eventually childhood innocence. These associations were not natural or inevitable. They were constructed through marketing, through social practices, through laws and customs that dictated who could consume what and where. What would have happened if the gender associations had been reversed? What if chocolate houses had welcomed women and coffee houses had excluded them? What if tea had been positioned as a masculine drink and coffee as feminine? The physical properties of the beverages would not have changed, but their social meanings would have been completely different. This tells us that the gendering of consumption is arbitrary, a social construction that serves the interests of those in power. The story of chocolate also reminds us that substances we now consider innocent were once considered dangerous, and the perceived danger was often specifically about women. Was chocolate actually dangerous? No. Did it have mild psychoactive effects? Yes. But so do coffee and tea, and those were never quite as scandalous. The real threat that chocolate posed was not to women's virtue or self-control. It was to the system of control that society had built around women. If women could freely consume pleasurable substances, if they could make choices about their own consumption, if they could experience pleasure without male permission or supervision, what might they want next? What other freedoms might they claim? I find it darkly amusing that the solution to the problem of chocolate was ultimately to make it sweeter, milder, associated with children. Once chocolate became a children's treat, once it lost its exotic sensual reputation and became domesticated, literally brought into the domestic sphere and associated with motherhood and childhood, then it was safe. A woman giving her child a chocolate bar was exercising maternal care. A woman drinking hot chocolate herself was engaging in innocent comfort. The sexuality had been stripped away, the danger neutralized. But every so often, even today, you see echoes of chocolate's scandalous past. Chocolate is still marketed to women with undertones of indulgence, pleasure, even slight transgression. Remember those advertisements for expensive chocolate that show a woman alone, savoring a piece of chocolate with her eyes closed, looking almost sensually satisfied. That is a direct descendant of those 17th century anxieties about chocolate and female pleasure. The message is that chocolate is a little bit naughty, a little bit self-indulgent, something women do for themselves when no one is watching. And honestly, there is nothing wrong with that. Women deserve pleasure. Women deserve to eat chocolate without it being a whole thing. But it is fascinating how the cultural baggage persists. One more thing about chocolate that connects to our larger story. Like tea, chocolate production has always relied on exploitation. The cacao plantations in Central and South America and West Africa, where most chocolate is grown today, these have historically operated using enslaved or severely exploited labor. When European women were sipping hot chocolate in their drawing rooms in the 1700s, that chocolate was produced by enslaved people in plantations in the Caribbean or South America. Today, despite improvements, child labor and exploitative practices remain serious problems in cacao production. That chocolate bar you enjoy carries a hidden history of suffering, just like tea, just like sugar. Why do I keep bringing this up, this connection between women's consumption and hidden exploitation? Because I think it is important to understand that these drinks we have been talking about, these drinks that became so central to women's lives and women's identities, were never just drinks. They were products of global trade systems built on violence and exploitation. The women consuming them were not responsible for that exploitation, and most of them had no idea it was happening. But the exploitation was real, and it was happening in their names to fuel their consumption. The chocolate story is complete now. We have seen it transform, from Aztec ritual drink to Spanish aphrodisiac, to forbidden pleasure, to church controversy, to French court luxury, to Victorian domesticity, to modern childhood treat. And through all of those transformations, anxieties about women's consumption, women's pleasure, and women's autonomy has been simmering just below the surface. So now we have explored absinthe and its promise of bohemian freedom, laudanum and its tragic addiction, ratafia and its clever disguise, tea and its imperial violence, and chocolate, with its scandalous reputation tamed into innocence. But there is a whole category of drinks we've not touched yet. Drinks that seem to have disappeared from history almost entirely. These were the herbal infusions, the plant-based brews that women had been making for thousands of years, passed down from mother to daughter, hedge witch to apprentice. These drinks carried real power, real knowledge about plants and their effects on the human body. And that knowledge, that power became so dangerous to the existing order that it had to be destroyed. The story of what happened to women's herbal knowledge, how it was systematically erased and demonized, is one of the darkest chapters in the history we are exploring tonight, and it is where we are heading next, into the shadows of the witch hunts and the lost wisdom of the women who brewed. In a small village in medieval England, a woman walks through the forest at dawn. She knows exactly which plants to look for, where they grow, when to harvest them. She fills her basket with mugwort, pennyroyal, tansy, rue. Back in her cottage, she brews these herbs into teas and tinctures. The village women come to her when they need help, when their monthly bleeding is late or too heavy, when they are pregnant and struggling, when they need to end a pregnancy they cannot carry. This woman is a healer, an herbalist, keeper of knowledge passed down through generations of women, but in a few decades, women like her will be burning at the stake. They will be called witches, accused of consorting with the devil, tortured until they confess to impossible crimes. And one of the most dangerous things they did, one of the things that sealed their fate, was knowing too much about plants and what those plants could do to women's bodies. The drinks women brewed from herbs were not just beverages, they were power, they were autonomy, they were control over reproduction, over pain, over life itself. And that terrified the men in charge so much that they launched one of history's most brutal campaigns to destroy women's botanical knowledge. Tonight, we're talking about the drinks that were so dangerous they got women killed. Let me be clear about something before we go further. When I talk about herbal knowledge and witch hunts, I am not romanticizing or mystifying this history. I am not claiming that these women had supernatural powers or were practicing magic in the way we think of it today. What they had was practical, empirical knowledge about plants and their effects on the human body. They knew which herbs could bring on a late period, which could ease childbirth pain, which could prevent conception, which could induce miscarriage. This was botanical and medical knowledge, accumulated over centuries through observation and experimentation. But in a world where the Catholic Church and later Protestant authorities wanted complete control over reproduction, sexuality, and medicine, this knowledge was unacceptably dangerous. The witch hunts in Europe, which peaked between roughly 1450 and 1750, killed somewhere between 40,000 and 60,000 people, and possibly many more. The records are incomplete, and countless deaths were never recorded. What we do know is that the vast majority of those killed, somewhere between 75 and 85%, were women. And a significant number of these women were healers, midwives, herbalists, the village-wise women who knew about plants. Why were these women targeted? The reasons are complex and varied by region and time period, but one consistent thread is that they possessed knowledge that threatened established power structures. They could help women control their fertility, which threatened the Church's teachings and male control over women's reproduction. They provided medical care that competed with the emerging male-dominated medical profession, which wanted a monopoly on healing, and they operated independently without male supervision or institutional control, which was inherently threatening in patriarchal societies. Let me tell you about some of the specific herbs that these women used, because understanding what these plants could actually do helps us understand why the knowledge was considered so dangerous. Henny royal is a mint plant that, when brewed into a strong tea, can bring on menstruation. In other words, it can induce abortion in early pregnancy. Women have known about pennyroyal for thousands of years. It appears in ancient Greek and Roman texts. Medieval herbalists wrote about it, often in coded language. A woman whose period was late could drink pennyroyal tea, and often her period would come. Was it safe? Not entirely. In high doses, pennyroyal is toxic and can cause liver damage. But for a woman facing an unwanted pregnancy in a time when pregnancy could easily mean death, when having another child might mean existing children starving, the risk might have seemed worth it. Mugwort is another herb with a long history of use for bringing on delayed menstruation. Tansy, rue, black cohosh, Queen Anne's lace seeds, all of these were known to affect women's reproductive systems in various ways. Some could prevent conception if taken at the right time, some could bring on menstruation, some could ease the pain of childbirth or help expel a retained placenta. This knowledge gave women a degree of control over their own bodies, and that was intolerable to religious and political authorities who believed that women's bodies belonged to their husbands, fathers, or the church. Here is where it gets particularly dark. During the witch hunt period, knowledge of these herbs became evidence of witchcraft. Midwives and healers who helped women with reproductive issues were accused of using magical potions and devil's brews. The fact that their herbal teas actually worked, that they had real effects on the body, was taken as proof of supernatural intervention. A woman who could bring on a late period with an herb tea was not seen as someone with botanical knowledge. She was seen as someone who had made a pact with Satan to acquire forbidden powers. The most famous witch-hunting manual, the Malus Maleficarum, written in 1487 by two German monks specifically, discusses midwives and female healers as particularly dangerous witches. The authors were obsessed with the idea that witches could cause impotence, prevent conception, cause miscarriages, and kill infants. Reading between the lines of their paranoid fantasies, what you find is a description of women who understood reproductive medicine. A midwife who knew which herbs could help a woman miscarry an unwanted pregnancy, or who could provide pain relief during childbirth, or who understood how to prevent conception. She was doing medicine, but the authors of the Malus Maleficarum could only understand this as witchcraft. One particularly chilling section of the Malus discusses how witches supposedly use herbs and ointments to create potions. The authors list various effects these potions allegedly have, and many of them correspond exactly to what we know herbal preparations could actually do: bringing on menstruation, preventing conception, causing hallucinations, in certain cases with psychoactive plants, numbing pain. The monks writing this manual encountered women who had real medical knowledge, and they interpreted that knowledge as evidence of supernatural evil. Thousands of women were tortured and killed based on this twisted logic. A woman might be accused because a neighbor's cow died, or because a child in the village fell ill, or because a man became impotent. Under torture, she might confess to anything her torturers wanted to hear, including using herbs for magical purposes. The fact that she knew about herbs, that she had plants growing in her garden, that other women came to her for help, all of this could be presented as evidence of witchcraft. Let me tell you about a specific case that illustrates this tragedy. In 1591, in Scotland, a woman named Agnes Sampson was accused of witchcraft. Among the many wild accusations against her, which included meeting with the devil and attempting to assassinate the king through magic, was the charge that she had helped women in childbirth using unnatural methods. What were these unnatural methods? She had given women herbal preparations to ease labor pain. She had provided remedies to stop post-birth hemorrhaging. She had successfully helped many women through difficult childbirths when male physicians had failed. Under torture, Agnes confessed to practicing witchcraft and was strangled and burned. Her real crime was being good at her job, at understanding women's bodies and how to help them, at possessing knowledge that male authorities wanted to suppress. The systematic destruction of women's herbal knowledge during the witch hunt period had devastating consequences that we still feel today. Entire traditions of botanical medicine were lost. The knowledge that had been passed down from mother to daughter for generations was interrupted, destroyed, forgotten. Women who might have trained as herbalists were terrified to do so for fear of being accused of witchcraft. The herbs themselves gained sinister reputations. Plants that had been used medically for centuries became associated with evil magic. And here is the truly cruel irony. Many of the same herbs that were condemned as witches' brews in the hands of women were later studied and used by male physicians. Willow bark, which women had been using for pain relief for centuries, eventually became the basis for aspirin. Foxglove, which wise women used carefully for heart conditions, became digitalis, a mainstream heart medication. Opium poppy, which women used for pain management, became morphine and codeine in the hands of doctors. The knowledge was the same, but when men controlled it and profited from it, suddenly it was legitimate medicine instead of witchcraft. Let us talk about something that often gets overlooked in discussions of witch hunts: the role of the emerging medical profession. In the Middle Ages, medicine was not a prestigious or particularly organized profession. Monasteries provided some medical care, but much of everyday health care, especially for women and children, was provided by women healers in communities. But by the 15th and 16th centuries, universities were starting to formalize medical education, and these universities excluded women. Male physicians wanted a monopoly on medical practice, and female healers were their competition. The witch hunts conveniently eliminated that competition. Accuse a successful female healer of witchcraft, and suddenly the male physician has more patience and more authority. This was not the only motivation for witch hunts, obviously religious. Hysteria, misogyny, social tensions, political conflicts, personal grudges, all of these played roles. But the economic motivation, the desire to control and monopolize medical practice, was definitely a factor. And the result was that women's traditional role as primary healthcare providers in their communities was severely damaged. By the 1700s, medicine had been almost entirely masculinized, at least at the professional level. Male doctors delivered babies, which women had done for millennia. Male apothecaries controlled access to medicines. The botanical knowledge that women had accumulated over generations was dismissed as superstition, if it was acknowledged at all. But here is the thing: that knowledge did not completely disappear. Some of it survived in folk practices in rural areas where people still relied on traditional remedies because they had no access to trained physicians. Some of it was preserved in monastery gardens, ironically, where monks continued to grow medicinal herbs. Some of it was written down, hidden in recipe books and household manuals disguised as cooking or cleaning advice. There is a fascinating genre of writing from the 17th and 18th centuries, household receipt books. Receipt was the old word for recipe, and these books contained instructions for everything from making pudding to treating measles. Women would compile these books over their lifetimes, copying recipes from their mothers, from friends, from other books, and tucked in among the recipes for preserving fruit and making soap, you would find herbal remedies, instructions for making teas and tinctures for various ailments. Some of these were innocuous: chamomile tea for sleeplessness, peppermint for digestion, but others were more pointed recipes for bringing on delayed courses, meaning menstruation, or for drying up milk when a woman wanted to stop nursing. These women were preserving and passing on knowledge in the only ways available to them, carefully and private, in domestic spaces. They could not practice openly as herbalists anymore without risking accusation, but they could keep the knowledge alive in their personal recipe collections. Reading these old receipt books now, you can see the careful way they word things, the euphemisms they use, the knowledge hiding in plain sight. Let me also mention another group of women whose drinks and herbal knowledge put them at risk: brewers. Before beer became commercialized and industrialized, it was brewed at home, and brewing was women's work. Women brewed beer for their families and often sold excess beer to neighbors. The old English word for a female brewer was a lewwife, and these women were an important part of the medieval economy. They had deep knowledge of fermentation, of which herbs and spices to add to beer for flavor and preservation, of how to create consistently good products. But brewers, as they were also called, were disproportionately accused of witchcraft. Why? Several reasons. First, brewing looked mysterious to those who did not understand it. You mixed ingredients, let them sit, and through some invisible process they transformed into an intoxicating beverage. To the ignorant, this could seem like magic. Second, brewers often worked with large cauldrons over fires, which fit the stereotype of a witch brewing potions. Third, they used herbs and plants in their brewing, more supposed evidence of potion making. And fourth, they were independent women making money, which was always threatening. The classic image of a witch that we have today, the old woman with a pointed hat stirring a cauldron, likely comes in part from medieval brewsters. The pointed hat was actually a practical item that brewers wore so customers could spot them easily in a crowd or market. The cauldron was their brewing equipment, but these symbols of honest trade became symbols of evil witchcraft. As brewing became commercialized and male-dominated in the 16th and 17th centuries, female brewers were pushed out. Accusations of witchcraft were one method of pushing them out. Guilds and regulations that excluded women were another. By the 1700s, commercial brewing was almost entirely a male profession. Another area of women's expertise and economic independence had been taken from them. Now, I want to address something that might be on your mind. Were any of these women actually practicing what we might call witchcraft? Were they invoking spirits or casting spells or doing anything supernatural? The answer is complicated. Some of them probably did believe that their herbs worked better if picked at certain moon phases, or if certain words were said while brewing them, or if prayers or charms were included in the preparation. This was common across all of medicine. At the time, both male and female, the line between medicine, religion, and magic was much blurrier than it is today. Even university-trained physicians used astrology and believed in the influence of planetary alignments on health. But the important thing to understand is that the actual physical effects of these herbal preparations were real. They worked because of the chemical compounds in the plants, not because of supernatural forces. A tea made from pennyroyal brought on menstruation because pennyroyal contains pulone, which stimulates uterine contractions, not because the woman making it had demonic powers. But the people persecuting these women either did not understand that or chose not to understand it, because acknowledging it would mean acknowledging women's real medical knowledge. There is also a gender dimension to how natural knowledge was interpreted. When male physicians used herbs and compounds, it was science. When women used the same or similar substances, it was witchcraft. This double standard reveals so much about how women's knowledge and expertise have been systematically devalued and demonized throughout history. The destruction of women's herbal knowledge represents one of the great losses in medical history. How many effective remedies were forgotten? How many women died in childbirth because the midwives who could have saved them had been killed or driven into hiding? How much cumulative knowledge built up over millennia was erased in just a few centuries of persecution? We will never know. We can only mourn what was lost and try to recover what fragments remain. Today there is a revival of interest in herbal medicine, in women's traditional knowledge, in botanical remedies. Modern herbalists are working to reconstruct some of what was lost using historical texts, folk practices, and contemporary scientific research. And, interestingly, modern science is validating many traditional herbal uses. Researchers are discovering that yes, these plants really do have medicinal properties. The women who used them for centuries were not foolish or superstitious. They were observant, experimental, and effective. But we need to remember the cost of that lost knowledge, the women who were tortured and killed for possessing it. Every time someone dismisses herbal medicine as primitive or superstitious, they are echoing centuries of propaganda designed to erase women's expertise. Every time someone assumes that only modern pharmaceutical medicine is legitimate, they are forgetting that modern medicine is built on the botanical knowledge that women preserved, often at great personal risk. The drinks that women brewed from herbs were not just teas and tinctures. They were expressions of autonomy, tools for survival, acts of care within communities. They represented women's power to heal, to help, to control their own reproductive lives. And that power was so threatening to patriarchal authority that it had to be destroyed. And the women who held that power had to be eliminated. The witch hunts were many things, but among them they were a war on women's knowledge, women's autonomy, and women's bodies. The battlefield was the village garden, the brewing cauldron, the cup of herbal tea offered to a desperate woman who needed help. This has been a heavy, dark part of our journey through the strange drinks women loved. We have seen how knowledge can become dangerous, how healing can be criminalized, how drinks that gave women power over their own bodies led to their deaths. But our story is not over. We're going to shift now to a very different time and place, to a moment when the tables turned, when women's relationship with alcohol changed dramatically, when drinks became symbols of liberation rather than persecution. I am talking about prohibition in America and the absolutely wild fact that the movement led by women to ban alcohol ended up creating more opportunities for women to drink than had ever existed before. The irony is delicious and the stories are absolutely incredible. Let us explore that next. One of history's greatest ironies happened on January 17, 1920, when the 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution went into effect banning the manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcohol. This was the culmination of decades of work by the temperance movement, led primarily by women who believed alcohol was destroying families and corrupting society. These women had fought passionately to ban drinking, to make America sober, to protect women and children from drunken husbands and fathers. They succeeded. Alcohol was now illegal. But here is the twist nobody saw coming. Prohibition did not stop Americans from drinking, it just moved drinking underground into illegal speakeasies. And in these speakeasies, for the first time in American history, respectable women could drink openly alongside men without destroying their reputations. The very ban that women fought for ended up liberating women to drink in ways that would have been unthinkable just a decade earlier. Prohibition created the flapper, the modern cocktail, and a whole new relationship between women and alcohol. And some of the most successful bootleggers, the people making and smuggling illegal alcohol, were women. The story of Prohibition is hilarious, tragic, and absolutely wild. Let me tell you how trying to ban alcohol accidentally created the greatest era of female drinking in American history up to that point. To understand this irony, we need to start with why women led the temperance movement in the first place, and the reasons were actually quite legitimate. In 19th century America, alcoholism was a serious social problem. Men could legally drink away their paychecks at saloons while their families starved at home. A woman had almost no legal recourse if her husband was a drunk. She could not divorce him easily. She could not control family, finances. She could not even legally own property in many states. If her husband drank up all the money, she and her children simply suffered. Domestic violence was common and rarely prosecuted, especially when the perpetrator was drunk. Women died in childbirth partially because their alcoholic husbands could not or would not pay for medical care, having spent the money on liquor. So when women organized into groups like the Women's Christian Temperance Union, founded in 1874, they had real grievances. They were not uptight moralists trying to ruin everyone's fun, though that is how they are often portrayed. They were women trying to protect themselves and their children from the genuine harms caused by alcoholism in a society that gave them no other tools to do so. The WCTU, under leaders like Frances Willard, fought not just for temperance but also for women's suffrage because they understood that women needed political power to protect themselves. Carrie Nation deserves special mention here because she was absolutely legendary. Carrie Nation was a temperance activist who, starting in 1900, would march into saloons in Kansas with a hatchet and literally smash the place up. She would destroy bottles, break mirrors, attack the bar itself with her hatchet while singing hymns. She was arrested dozens of times. She paid her fines by selling souvenir hatchets. She became a national celebrity. Was she extreme? Absolutely. Was she effective at drawing attention to the temperance cause? You bet she was. Every newspaper in America was writing about the hatchet-wielding woman who destroyed saloons. She made temperance impossible to ignore. By 1920, after decades of campaigning, lobbying, and activism, the temperance movement achieved its goal. The 18th Amendment was ratified, and the Volstead Act, which enforced it, went into effect. Alcohol was now illegal across the entire United States. Temperance advocates believed they had ushered in a new era of morality, sobriety, and social improvement. And for about 5 minutes it looked like they might be right. Alcohol consumption did drop, initially. Some heavy drinkers did quit or reduce their drinking. Public drunkenness decreased in some areas, but then something fascinating started happening. Americans who wanted to keep drinking found ways to do exactly that. Speakeasies, illegal bars hidden behind unmarked doors or disguised as legitimate businesses, started popping up everywhere. In New York City alone, there were an estimated 30,000 to 100,000 speakeasies during Prohibition. That was more than double the number of legal saloons before Prohibition. Americans were not just continuing to drink. They were drinking more and in more places than ever before. And here, is where the gender revolution happened. Pre-prohibition saloons had been male spaces, rough and often explicitly unwelcoming to women. A respectable woman would not be caught dead in a saloon. If a woman did enter, she was assumed to be a prostitute. Middle-class and upper-class women simply did not go to bars. But speakeasies were different because they were illegal anyway, because they existed outside the bounds of respectability, because they had to be hidden and exclusive. They developed their own rules, and one of those rules was that women were welcome. In fact, speakeasies actively courted female customers. Women were good for business. They attracted male customers. They made the speakeasies seem more sophisticated and less like criminal enterprises. They bought drinks, and their presence created an atmosphere of fun and excitement, rather than just degeneracy. So, speakeasy owners welcomed women, created spaces that appealed to women, hired female bartenders and waitresses, and generally made women feel like valued customers rather than unwelcome intruders. For the first time, young women could go out drinking with their friends or with dates and not be considered fallen women. The illegality of speakeasies paradoxically made them respectable, or at least not disreputable. In the same way saloons had been, everyone who went to a speakeasy was breaking the law. So there was a kind of egalitarian criminality. Rich and poor, men and women, all were equal in their law-breaking. This coincided perfectly with the rise of the flapper culture in the 1920s. Flappers were young women who rejected Victorian standards of behavior. They wore short skirts and bobbed their hair. They smoked cigarettes. They danced to jazz music. They went out to parties without chaperones. They dated multiple men. They worked in offices and shops, and they drank cocktails in speakeasies. The flapper was a symbol of female liberation, and drinking was a key part of that liberation. Think about what drinking represented for these young women. It was a rejection of the restrictions that had confined their mothers and grandmothers. It was participating in a modern, urban, exciting culture. It was taking risks and asserting independence. It was pleasure, seeking without apology. Every cocktail a flapper drank was a tiny act of rebellion, a claim to the same freedoms that men had always had. The drinks themselves changed during Prohibition, and this had a lot to do with women. Pre-Prohibition, men drank beer, whiskey, brandy, things that tasted strongly of alcohol. But Prohibition-era bootleg liquor was often terrible quality, harsh, badly distilled, sometimes literally poisonous. It needed to be masked with other flavors. Enter the cocktail. Bartenders started mixing illegal spirits with fruit juices, sugar, cream, and other ingredients to create drinks that were sweet, colorful, and much more palatable than straight bootleg gin. These cocktails were marketed to and embraced by women. A bee's knees made with gin, lemon, and honey. A sidecar with cognac, orange lower, and lemon juice. A French 75 champagne with gin and lemon. Mary Pigford with rum, pineapple juice, and grenadine, named after the famous actress. These drinks were delicious. They were fun, and they did not taste like the rot-gut alcohol they were made from. Women loved them, and cocktail culture exploded. There is a famous quote often attributed to the journalist H.L. Mine observing that Prohibition had made drinking fashionable among women of the respectable classes. He noted that before Prohibition, a lady would not touch alcohol. During Prohibition, ladies were mixing cocktails at home and ordering them at speakeasies without a second thought. The ban on alcohol had somehow made drinking more socially acceptable for women, not less. But let us talk about the women who were not just drinking during Prohibition, but supplying the drinks. Female bootleggers were surprisingly common, and some of them were extraordinarily successful. Women had several advantages in the bootlegging business. First, police were less likely to suspect women of criminal activity. A woman could transport illegal alcohol more easily than a man, because she was less likely to be searched. Second, women could use their domestic role as cover. A woman driving a car or truck was assumed to be running errands, doing shopping, visiting family, not smuggling whiskey. Third, some women had existing skills that translated well to bootlegging, particularly if they came from families with moonshining traditions in Appalachia or rural areas where homemade Alcohol had always been part of the culture. Let me tell you about some of these remarkable women. Cleo Lithgow, known as the Bahamas Queen, was a British woman who became one of the most successful rum runners during Prohibition. She operated out of the Bahamas, organizing shipments of high-quality British liquor to the United States. She was glamorous, clever, and absolutely fearless. She dealt with gangsters, bribed officials, and outmaneuvered law enforcement repeatedly. When she was finally arrested, she fought the charges and won, returning to her lucrative smuggling business. She made a fortune during Prohibition and retired wealthy. Then there was Gertrude Lithgow, no relation to Cleo despite the shared last name, who ran liquor from the Bahamas to Florida. She dressed elegantly, maintained a respectable public persona, and moved thousands of bottles of illegal alcohol. The press nicknamed her the Queen of the Bootleggers. She gave interviews, posed for photographs, and seemed to enjoy the notoriety. The authorities struggled to build cases against these women because juries were often reluctant to convict women, especially if they were attractive and well-dressed of serious crimes. In the Appalachian Mountains, women from moonshining families continued their traditions. Now, with a massive black market demand for their product, these women knew how to make quality liquor, how to hide stills in the mountains, how to evade federal agents. Some became legendary. Mackie Bailey, for example, ran a moonshine operation in Kentucky that supplied speaks across several states. When federal agents tried to raid her property, they often found that local communities protected her, warning her in advance or refusing to cooperate with investigations. There were also women who ran speakeasies themselves. Texas Jinan was one of the most famous speakeasy hostesses in New York City. She greeted customers with her trademark phrase, "Hello, sucker." She entertained, she kept the drinks flowing, she paid off police when necessary, and she made enormous amounts of money. When her speakeasy was raided, she would simply open another one under a different name. She was arrested multiple times but never convicted. She became a celebrity, a symbol of Prohibition-era New York glamour and criminality. Mary Louise Cecilia Gwinnen, another fascinating figure, ran multiple speakeasies in New York and was known for her quick wit and business savvy. These women were not victims or accessories to male bootleggers. They were independent, operators running sophisticated criminal enterprises. But Prohibition-era drinking was not all glamour and fun. The illegal nature of alcohol production meant there was no quality control, no regulation, no safety standards. People died from drinking poisoned alcohol. Bootleggers sometimes used industrial alcohol which contained toxic additives and tried to remove those additives, but the process was imperfect. Methanol poisoning killed thousands of Americans during Prohibition. People went blind, suffered organ failure, or died in agony after drinking bad bootleg liquor. The government actually made this worse. Federal authorities, frustrated by their inability to stop bootlegging, ordered that industrial alcohol be deliberately poisoned with even more deadly additives to deter people from drinking it. This policy killed an estimated 10,000 Americans. The government was literally poisoning its own citizens to enforce Prohibition, and women died too, along with men, from these tainted drinks. There were also social costs. Speakeasies were run by criminals, often organized crime syndicates. The same people who supplied illegal alcohol also engaged in prostitution, gambling, drug trafficking, and violent crime. By forcing drinking underground, Prohibition handed enormous profits to criminal organizations. The Italian-American mafia, which had been relatively minor before Prohibition, became rich and powerful by supplying bootleg alcohol. Women who patronized speakeasies were supporting these criminal enterprises, often unknowingly. But let's get back to the cultural transformation, because that is the really fascinating part of this story. The Flapper era, which coincided almost exactly with Prohibition, fundamentally changed American women's relationship with alcohol and with public life in general. Before the 1920s, respectable, middle-class women did not drink publicly, did not smoke, did not dance suggestively, did not go out unchaperoned, did not openly discuss sexuality. By the end of the 1920s, all of these behaviors were becoming normalized, at least for young urban women. Cocktail parties became a thing during Prohibition because drinking could not happen in public bars. It happened in private homes. But these were not staid, formal affairs. They were parties, wild gatherings where people drank heavily, danced to jazz records, and pushed social boundaries. Young women hosted these parties, mixing drinks for guests, demonstrating their sophistication and modernity. Cocktail recipe books aimed at women became popular. Knowing how to mix a good drink became a social skill, a marker of being up-to-date and fashionable. Even the vocabulary changed. Women started using terms borrowed from men's drinking culture. They talked about getting tight or stewed or plastered, using slang that previous generations of women would have found shockingly crude. They joked about hangovers. They discussed where to find good bootleg gin. Drinking had moved from shameful secret to social norm in just a few years. There is an amazing moment captured in F. Scott Fitzgerald's novel, The Great Gatsby, published in 1925, right in the middle of Prohibition. The female characters drink constantly. They drink at parties. They drink in hotel rooms. They drink in cars. Their drinking is presented as normal, even glamorous. Daisy Buchanan, the novel's female lead, is often drunk or tipsy. This would have been unthinkable in a novel about respectable women just 20 years earlier. Fitzgerald was documenting a real cultural shift. The movies of the 1920s also reflected this change. Silent films showed flappers drinking at parties, holding cocktail glasses, clearly intoxicated. These were not villains or tragic fallen women. They were the heroines, the romantic leads, the characters the audience was supposed to admire and emulate. Hollywood was teaching young women that drinking was sophisticated, fun, and modern. But here is the thing. Not everyone approved. Older generations were horrified by flapper culture. Parents watched their daughters cut their hair, shorten their skirts, and come home drunk, and they despaired for the future. Moralists wrote articles condemning the new generation of women as immoral, degraded, and ruined. The same temperance advocates who had fought for Prohibition were now watching in horror as Prohibition seemed to be making drinking more fashionable, especially among young women. And they were not wrong to be worried. In a sense, Prohibition did increase drinking among women. It did normalize female intoxication in ways that were genuinely new. But whether this was good or bad depends on your perspective. From one viewpoint, women were being corrupted, embracing vice, abandoning morality. From another viewpoint, women were claiming equality, asserting their right to the same pleasures and freedoms as men, rejecting oppressive Victorian standards. The hypocrisy of Prohibition was not lost on contemporary observers. The law said alcohol was illegal, but wealthy people still drank, often quite openly. They had private stocks of expensive liquor bought before Prohibition started. They had connections to bootleggers who could supply high-quality imported spirits. They hosted elaborate parties where champagne flowed freely. Meanwhile, poor and working-class people who could not afford expensive bootleg alcohol were drinking industrial-strength hooch that could blind or kill them. Prohibition was supposed to create a more moral, equal society. Instead, it created different classes of drinkers with wildly different access to safe alcohol. Women, particularly wealthy urban women, benefited from the speakeasy culture. They gained access to public drinking spaces. They developed cocktail culture. They asserted new freedoms. But working-class women, women in rural areas, women struggling economically, they did not necessarily benefit. They still dealt with alcoholic husbands. They still suffered from domestic violence. They still lacked the legal and economic power to protect themselves. Prohibition did not fix those problems. In some ways, it made them worse by handing alcohol production to criminals who had no interest in social responsibility. By the late 1920s, it was becoming clear that Prohibition was failing. Alcohol consumption, after initially dropping, had rebounded. Crime was rampant. Respect for law enforcement was declining because everyone knew someone who was breaking the alcohol laws. The government was spending enormous amounts of money on enforcement with minimal results, and the onset of the Great Depression in 1929 made people wonder why the government was prohibiting and taxing an industry that could create jobs and revenue. In 1933, the 21st Amendment repealed prohibition. It was over. America was legally allowed to drink again. But the cultural changes that prohibition had created, particularly around women and drinking, did not reverse. Women had tasted freedom literally and figuratively. They were not going back to the old restrictions. Post-prohibition, women continued to drink cocktails. Bars began admitting women openly. Cocktail lounges, designed to appeal to both men and women, became popular. The idea that respectable women could drink socially was now established. But there was a backlash too. As the economy struggled in the 1930s, and then World War II started in the 1940s, there was pressure on women to return to traditional roles. The independent drinking, smoking, flapper was increasingly portrayed as a negative figure, selfish and immature. The ideal woman in 1940s media was a supportive wife and mother, not a cocktail-sipping party girl. Women's drinking became more domesticated again, something done at home with husbands, not out at bars with friends. Still, the Prohibition era had permanently changed the landscape. Women had proven they could drink, could hold their liquor, could participate in drinking culture on equal terms with men. That knowledge could not be erased. Every time a woman ordered a cocktail in the decades that followed, she was benefiting from the freedoms that flappers had claimed during Prohibition. The greatest irony of Prohibition remains. The women-led movement to ban alcohol ended up creating unprecedented opportunities for women to drink. The temperance advocates who fought so hard to protect women from the evils of alcohol accidentally gave women access to alcohol in ways they had never had before. It is a perfect example of unintended consequences of how social engineering rarely works out the way its architects imagine. We've explored so much tonight. The bohemian freedom of absinthe, the tragic addiction of laudanum, the clever deception of ratafia, the imperial violence behind tea, the sexual scandal of chocolate, the persecution of women herbalists, and now the paradox of prohibition. But there is still more to discover. We have not yet talked about the aristocratic women who built an industry on bubbles and charm, who turned widowhood into business empire, who made sparkling wine synonymous with celebration and femininity. The story of champagne and the remarkable widows who created its golden age is elegant, empowering, and absolutely fascinating. That is where we are heading next. So, stay with me as we pop some corks and meet the women who built an empire on fizz. Picture the Champagne region of France in 1805. A young woman named Barbe Nicole Ponadini has just lost her husband. She's 27 years old, a widow with a young daughter, and according to the laws and customs of the time, she should now retire from public life, live quietly on whatever inheritance her husband left her, and focus on raising her child. But Barbe had other plans. Her late husband had been trying to build a champagne business, and it was struggling, barely profitable, on the verge of collapse. Most people assumed the business would be sold off or simply fail. Instead, Barbe Nicole took it over. She became Madame Clicquot, and over the next few decades she would revolutionize champagne production, build one of the most successful wine houses in the world, and prove that women could be brilliant business leaders and technical innovators. But here is the fascinating part. She was not alone. The champagne industry was built by widows. Multiple women who lost their husbands took over struggling wine businesses and turned them into global empires. They were called the Champagne Widows. And their story is about how death created opportunity, how women seized power in the brief window when society allowed them to, and how champagne itself became associated with femininity, celebration, and luxury, largely because of these remarkable women. Tonight, let me tell you about the widows who turned grief into gold and bubbles into billions. To understand why widowhood created opportunities for women in the champagne business, we need to understand the legal situation of women in 18th and 19th century France. When a woman was single, she was under the control of her father. When she married, control passed to her husband. A married woman could not own property, sign contracts, or conduct business in her own name. She was legally classified as a minor regardless of her age or capabilities. But when a woman became a widow, suddenly she had legal rights. She could inherit her husband's property and business. She could sign contracts. She could make business decisions. For many women, widowhood was the only time in their entire lives when they had legal autonomy. This created a strange opportunity. If a man died leaving a business, his widow could inherit it and run it. She was legally allowed to do things that she could never have done as a married woman. And in the champagne industry specifically, several widows seized this opportunity and ran with it, transforming struggling businesses into legendary brands. Madame Clicquot is the most famous. So let us start with her. Barbin Nikiko Ponadin was born in 1777 to a wealthy textile manufacturing family. She received an education which was not common for women of her time. She married François Clicquot in 1798, joining the Clicquot family wine business. But François struggled with depression and possibly other mental health issues. The business was not doing well, and in 1805 François died, possibly by suicide, though records are unclear. Barbara Nicole was left with a failing business, a young daughter, and a choice. She could give up the business, live on what money remained and fade into respectable widowhood, or she could fight. She chose to fight. Her father-in-law initially resisted letting her run the business, a woman running a champagne house unheard of. But Nicole was persistent, and eventually her father-in-law agreed to let her try. It was probably the best business decision he ever made. Madame Clicquot, as she now called herself professionally, threw herself into learning every aspect of champagne production. She worked with her cellar, master, understanding the technical processes, experimenting with improvements, and she made a series of innovations that would change champagne forever. The most important was the invention of riddling, or remuage in French. Let me explain why this was revolutionary. Champagne gets its bubbles from a second fermentation that happens in the bottle. Yeast is added to the wine. It consumes sugar, and it produces carbon dioxide, which dissolves into the wine, creating those beautiful bubbles. But this process leaves dead yeast cells in the bottle, creating a cloudy sediment. Before Madame Clicquot's innovation, champagne was cloudy, and removing the sediment without losing the bubbles was extremely difficult. Madame Clicquot invented a system where bottles were placed in racks at an angle, neck down. Every day, workers would give each bottle a slight turn and increase the angle slightly. Over several weeks, the sediment would slide down the neck of the bottle and collect at the cork. Then, in a process called disorgment, the neck of the bottle would be frozen, the cork removed, and the frozen plug of sediment would shoot out, leaving clear champagne behind. A small amount of wine and sugar would be added to top up the bottle, and it would be recorked. This process, which Madame Clicquot developed in her cellars, became the standard method for making clear champagne, and is still used today over 200 years later. She turned champagne from a cloudy, unpredictable beverage into the crystal-clear, elegant drink we know now. This was not just a minor improvement, it was a technical revolution that made champagne commercially viable on a large scale. But Madame Clicquot was not just a technical innovator, she was also a marketing genius. She understood that champagne needed to be positioned as a luxury product associated with celebration, elegance, and high status. She targeted royalty and aristocrats across Europe, sending samples, cultivating relationships, getting her champagne served at important events. She understood that if the right people were seen drinking her champagne, everyone else would want it too. One of her most daring business moves came in 1814. Napoleon had been defeated, and there was a possibility that Russia, which had been closed to French wine during the Napoleonic Wars, might open up again. Madame Clicquot took an enormous risk. She loaded a ship with thousands of bottles of her champagne and sent it to Russia before the official trade restrictions were lifted. Her ship arrived first, before any competitors, and she flooded the Russian market with Veuve Clicquot champagne. By the time her competitors arrived, she'd already established herself as the champagne in Russia. Russian aristocrats loved her champagne, and Russia became one of her biggest markets. The brand name itself was brilliant marketing. Veuve Clicquot means widow Clicquot. She deliberately positioned herself as a widow, which gave her a romantic, slightly tragic mystique. The widow who carried on her husband's legacy, who overcame adversity through brilliance and determination. It was a compelling story, and it sold champagne. By the time Madame Clicquot died in 1866, at the age of 89, she had built Veuve Clicquot into one of the most prestigious champagne houses in the world. She had amassed a personal fortune. She had proven that a woman could run a major business as well as any man, perhaps better, and she had paved the way for other women in the champagne industry, because Madame Clicquot was not the only champagne widow. There was Madame Pommery, born John Alexandrien Louise Milan, who married Alexandre Louis Pommery in 1856, when he died in 1858, just 2 years into their marriage. Jean was left with a struggling champagne business and 2 young children. Like Madame Clicquot, before her, she took over the business and transformed it. Madame Pommery created Pommy Brut Nature, a drier style of champagne that became wildly popular, especially in England. Before this, champagne tended to be quite sweet. Madame Pommy understood that tastes were changing, that consumers wanted something lighter and less sugary. She was right, and her dry champagne became a massive success. Madame Pommery also built an enormous network of champagne cellars carved into Roman chalk quarries beneath rims. These cellars became tourist attractions, and they still exist today, part of the Pommery brand's heritage. She was thinking not just about immediate profits, but about building a lasting legacy, creating something beautiful and impressive that would make her brand memorable. Then there was Louise Pommery, who inherited the Lanson Champagne House through her marriage and widowhood, and Mathilde Laurent-Perrier, who took over the Laurent-Perrier house after her husband's death in 1887 and ran it successfully for decades. The pattern repeats. Husband dies, widow inherits. Widow proves to be more capable than anyone expected. Business flourishes. Why were these women so successful? Several reasons. First, they had nothing to lose. Their businesses were often struggling when they inherited them. Taking risks was necessary for survival. Second, they were underestimated. Competitors did not take them seriously at first, which gave them room to maneuver and innovate. Third, they could not fall back on traditional male networks of business contacts and insider knowledge. So they had to be creative, find new markets, try new approaches. And fourth, they were motivated. This was their livelihood, their children's inheritance, their only path to financial security and independence. They had to succeed. But let us talk about what champagne itself represented during this period. Because the drink and the women who made it were shaping each other. Champagne was becoming the drink of celebration, of romance, of luxury. It was what you drank at weddings, at coronations, at victory celebrations, at any moment when you wanted to mark something as special. And increasingly, champagne was being marketed specifically to women. Champagne advertisements from the late 1800s and early 1900s often featured beautiful women holding champagne glasses or couples toasting each other romantically, or elegant parties where women in expensive gowns sip champagne. The message was clear. Champagne was feminine, sophisticated, celebratory. It was not the heavy, serious drink of businessmen and politicians. It was light, bubbly, fun, elegant, all qualities that were being associated with idealized femininity. This was partly deliberate marketing by the champagne houses, which understood that women influenced purchasing decisions, especially for celebratory occasions like weddings. If women wanted champagne for their weddings, families would buy champagne, and partly it was organic association. Champagne was expensive, which made it a status symbol. It was served at elegant social events where women were present. It had a lower alcohol content than spirits, which made it more acceptable for women to drink multiple glasses. And those bubbles, that lightness, that sense of effervescence and joy, all of that aligned with cultural ideas about femininity. But here is the contradiction. Champagne was feminine, but the women making it were exercising very masculine power. They were running businesses, managing employees, making financial decisions, negotiating contracts, competing in a rough marketplace. They was doing everything that women supposedly could not do. And yet, because they were widows, because they were operating within the acceptable framework of managing their late husbands' estates, society gave them a pass. They were allowed to have this power because it was framed as loyalty to their dead husbands, as preserving family legacy, not as women seeking power for its own sake. I think the Champagne widows understood this dynamic and used it brilliantly. They emphasized their status as widows. They talked about honoring their husbands' memories. They dressed in the formal black of mourning for years, even decades after their husbands died. But behind that respectable widow facade, they were ruthless business women building empires. The widow role gave them cover to do things that would have been scandalous for other women. There is also an interesting class element here. These were aristocratic or wealthy bourgeois women. They had education which most women did not. They had social connections. They had some experience observing business even if they could not participate in it directly as married women. And they had enough money to take risks, to experiment, to survive failures. A working-class widow might inherit a struggling business and have to sell it immediately to pay debts. These women had the luxury of time and resources to turn businesses around. Still, what they accomplished was extraordinary by any standard. Madame Cleo invented a process that is still used in champagne production today. Madame Pommet changed the taste profile of champagne and built architectural wonders. These were not just women, keeping businesses afloat. They were innovators, visionaries, builders of lasting legacies. By the late 1800s, champagne had become synonymous with luxury, celebration, and a certain kind of glamorous femininity, and the industry had proven that women could run major international businesses successfully. But here is the sad part. As these widows died, and their businesses were inherited by sons or sold to male successors, women were pushed back out of leadership roles in the champagne industry. By the early 1900s, it was much rarer to see a woman running a champagne house. The brief window of opportunity that widowhood had provided was closing. The legacy remained, though. The brands these women built, Veuve, Clicquot, Pommery, and others, continue to trade on their stories. The famous orange label of Veuve Clicquot features Madame Clicquot's signature. The company still markets itself on her legacy of innovation and excellence. She became a brand, a symbol, almost a mascot, but actual women running actual champagne houses became rare again. There is something both empowering and depressing about the champagne widow story. Empowering because it shows what women could do when given even a small opportunity. These women prove that they were just as capable, just as smart, just as innovative as men, perhaps more so. They built businesses that lasted for generations. They made technical innovations that changed their industry. They became wealthy and powerful through their own efforts. That is genuinely inspiring. But it is also depressing because it shows how limited women's opportunities were. These women only got their chance because their husbands died. If their husbands had lived, they would have remained in the background, their talents and intelligence wasted. And even as widows, they faced constant skepticism, condescension, and obstacles. They had to work twice as hard to be taken half as seriously. And when they died, Their achievements were often attributed to luck or to the men who had worked for them, rather than to their own genius. Modern champagne marketing still leans heavily on femininity. Champagne advertisements show beautiful women in elegant dresses. Champagne is the drink of wedding toast and anniversary celebrations, champagne bucket lists and champagne. Brunches are marketed primarily to women. We have inherited the association between champagne and femininity that was built during the Champagne Widow era. But we've forgotten or never knew that the women who built that association were powerful business leaders who happened to be working in a society that only gave them power through the tragedy of widowhood. Every time you pop a bottle of champagne, every time you toast a celebration with that fizzy golden liquid, you're participating in a tradition that was shaped by women who refused to accept the limitations society tried to place on them, by women who saw an opportunity in tragedy and seized it with both hands, by women who proved that genius and business acumen have no gender. The bubbles in your glass are the legacy of the widows who built an empire on wine and audacity. I think about these women, often, especially Madame Cleo. She lived to be 89, which was extraordinary for her time. She spent 60 years building her business, perfecting her champagne, expanding her markets. She saw her innovations become industry standard. She watched her brand become internationally famous. She knew before she died that she had succeeded beyond anyone's expectations. I hope she felt proud. I hope she understood how remarkable she was. And I hope she occasionally allowed herself a glass of her own champagne, savoring not just the taste, but the knowledge of everything she had built. We have journeyed through so much tonight: absinthe and liberation, laudanum and addiction, ratafia and deception, tea and empire, chocolate and scandal, herbs and persecution, prohibition and paradox, champagne and widows building empires. But we are not finished. There is one more category of drinks we must explore. Drinks that today seem wholesome and comforting, but that once kept women out entirely. I am talking about coffee. That dark, bitter brew that powered revolutions and excluded women from the spaces where it was consumed until women found their own ways in. The story of women and coffee is about exclusion, adaptation, and the creation of feminine spaces in a masculine world. That is where we turn next to coffeehouses that banned women and the tea rooms that welcomed them to the complex dance of gender and caffeinated beverages. Let us explore that now. A sign hangs above the door of a London coffeehouse in 1674. It is one of many such establishments that have sprung up across the city in the past few decades. Places where men gather to drink coffee, read newspapers, discuss politics and business, debate philosophy and science. These coffee houses are called penny universities because for the price of a penny cup of coffee, a man can spend hours engaged in intellectual conversation and debate. But that sign above the door makes something very clear. No women allowed. Women are explicitly, absolutely, completely banned from entering. And this was not just one coffeehouse, this was nearly all of them. Coffeehouses were exclusively male spaces, and they were some of the most important public spaces in European cities. Places where ideas were exchanged, where business deals were made, where political movements were born, where the Enlightenment itself was being discussed and debated, and women were locked out. Tonight, let me tell you about the bitter politics of coffee, about how a simple caffeinated beverage became a symbol of male intellectual dominance, about the women who fought back in the most unexpected ways, and about how the exclusion from coffeehouses led women to create their own spaces that would eventually reshape urban life for everyone. This is a story about power, about who gets to occupy public space, and about how coffee and gender became tangled up in ways that still affect us today. Coffee arrived in Europe in the early 1600s, brought by traders who had encountered it in the Ottoman Empire. The first European coffee house opened in Venice in 1645, and the concept spread quickly. By the 1650s, coffeehouses were opening in England and they became wildly popular. These establishments served only coffee, not alcohol, which made them different from taverns and alehouses. The atmosphere was more sober, more focused on conversation and intellectual exchange rather than just drinking. And from the very beginning, coffeehouses were coded as masculine spaces. They were modeled partly on the coffeehouses of the Ottoman world, which were also male spaces, and partly on European ideas about where men should conduct business and intellectual discourse. Women were not just discouraged from entering, they were forbidden. A respectable woman caught in a coffee house would face social ruin, would be assumed to be a prostitute or a woman of no morals. But why? What was so dangerous about women drinking coffee in public? The stated reasons varied, but they all came down to anxieties about women in public space and women engaging in intellectual activity. Coffee houses were places of debate and discussion. Men talked about politics, philosophy, science, religion. If women entered these spaces, they might overhear these conversations. They might want to participate. They might form opinions. They might think they had the right to engage in intellectual discourse, and that was unacceptable. There was also the sexual anxiety. Coffee houses were all male environments, but they were not exclusively about intellectual pursuits. Men also gossiped, told risky jokes, discussed their personal lives in ways they would not in mixed company. The presence of women would change the dynamic, would require men to moderate their behavior, would introduce sexual tension into a space that was supposed to be about homosocial bonding and masculine camaraderie. And then there was the economic aspect. Coffeehouses were becoming centers of commerce. Businessmen met there to negotiate deals. Merchants gathered to hear the latest shipping news. Traders exchanged information about markets. Fortunes were being made in coffeehouses. If women gained access to these spaces, they might gain access to business, opportunities, to information, to networks of power that were supposed to be exclusively male. So, women were kept out, and they were not happy about it. In 1674, a pamphlet appeared in London called the Women's Petition Against Coffee. It was supposedly written by a group of London women, though scholars now think it was probably a satirical piece written by a man. But whether it was genuine or satire, it captured real anxieties. The petition complained that coffee was ruining English men, making them impotent, turning them into eunuchs. The women claimed that their husbands were spending all their time in coffeehouses drinking this base, black, thick, nasty, bitter, stinking, nauseous puddle water, and that it was destroying their marriages and their sex lives. The language is hilarious and deliberately sexual. The women complain that since men started drinking coffee, they have become useless in bed, that the excessive use of that new-fangled, abominable, heathenish liquor called coffee has unked our husbands. They demand that coffee be banned or that men under 60 be forbidden from drinking it. It is over-the-top ridiculous, and whether it was genuine outrage or clever satire, it was making a point about how coffee was creating a divide between men and women, how these coffee houses were pulling men out of domestic life and into a separate male sphere. The men responded with their own pamphlet, the men's answer to the women's petition against coffee, defending coffee and coffee houses. They argued that coffee actually made them more viral, not less, that it improved their health and mental clarity, and that women had no business telling men where they could go or what they could drink. The whole exchange was part humor, part genuine social commentary about changing gender relations and the role of these new public spaces. But underneath the jokes and exaggerated claims, there was a real power struggle happening. Coffee houses were becoming increasingly important in English social, political, and economic life. They were where news was first heard, where political movements organized, where business networks formed. Lloyd's of London, the famous insurance market, started as a coffee house where merchants and ship owners gathered to share information and arrange insurance for voyages. The London Stock Exchange grew out of coffeehouse meetings, revolutionary, political movements, including those that would lead to the English Civil War and later political upheavals, were debated and organized in coffee houses. Women were systematically excluded from all of this. And it was not just about coffee. It was about power, about access to information, about participation in public life. By keeping women out of coffee houses, men were keeping women out of the conversations and networks that shape society. Women could not hear the political debates, could not participate in the business discussions, could not access the same information that men had. So what did women do? They adapted. They created their own spaces. And this is where tea rooms come into the story. While men were gathering in coffee houses, women began to gather in their own homes for tea. We talked earlier about how tea became a women's drink associated with domesticity and refinement. The tea ritual, with its careful preparation, its delicate porcelain, its structured social customs, became a feminine alternative to the male coffee house culture. But here is the interesting part. While coffee houses were public and commercial, tea drinking was initially private and domestic. Women invited friends to their homes for tea. They controlled these spaces. They set the rules. They decided who was included. In a world where women had very little control over public space, the domestic tea party became a space of female power and female networking. Women shared information, discussed their lives, formed alliances all over cups of tea in private drawing rooms. But women wanted public space too. They wanted places outside the home where they could gather, socialize, conduct business, and gradually they created them. Tea rooms began opening in the late 1800s, particularly in Britain and America. These were commercial establishments, but they were deliberately designed to be feminine spaces, acceptable for respectable women to enter without male escorts. They had floral decorations, delicate furniture, refined menus. They served tea, of course, but also light meals, cakes, sandwiches. Tea rooms became revolutionary spaces, even though they looked and felt traditional and domestic. They gave women access to public life in ways they had not had before. A woman could meet a friend at a tea room without needing a husband or father to accompany her. She could conduct a business meeting there if she was one of the rare women engaged in business. She could escape her house, enter the city, participate in urban life, all while remaining respectable. Department stores, which were also becoming popular in the late 1800s, started adding tea rooms inside their stores specifically to cater to female shoppers. These tea rooms served a dual purpose. They were rest spots where women could recover from the exhaustion of shopping, but they were also destinations in themselves. Women would plan to meet friends at the department store tea room, have tea, and then shop. The tea room legitimized women's presence in commercial spaces, but coffee was still coded as masculine. Even as tea rooms proliferated, coffee remained the drink of businessmen, intellectuals, and revolutionaries. And coffee houses, while they no longer explicitly banned women in most places by the early 1900s, remained uncomfortable spaces for women. The atmosphere was still masculine, the clientele still mostly male, the message still clear. Women were tolerated maybe, but not truly welcome. This started to change in the 20th century, but slowly. Coffee shops in America began to admit women more openly, particularly as coffee consumption in the home increased and coffee became less exotic. But there was still a clear gender divide. Men drank their coffee black strong from plain mugs in no-nonsense coffee shops. Women, when they drank coffee, were encouraged to add cream and sugar to make it sweeter, gentler, more feminine. The very way coffee was consumed was gendered. Fast forward to today, and the coffee landscape looks completely different. Coffee shops are gender-neutral spaces packed with women and men working on laptops, meeting friends, having business meetings. Women are baristas, coffee shop owners, coffee roasters, coffee importers. The specialty coffee movement has many women in leadership positions, but this is actually a relatively recent development. For most of coffee's history in Europe and America, it was a masculine drink consumed in masculine spaces that excluded women. There is also the global story of coffee production, which mirrors the story we've seen with tea and chocolate. Coffee is grown in the global south, in countries in Africa, Central and South America, Southeast Asia, and much of the labor of growing and harvesting coffee is done by women. Women work in coffee fields. They pick coffee cherries. They process beans. But for most of coffee's commercial history, they have not owned the farms. They have not controlled the profits. They have not had decision-making power. In coffee-growing regions, there is often a stark gender divide. Men own the land and sell the coffee. Women do much of the labor but receive little of the profit. This is changing slowly, with fair trade movements and women's cooperatives giving female coffee farmers more control and compensation, but the legacy of exploitation remains. The coffee that powered European male intellectual culture, that fueled the Enlightenment and political revolutions and business empires, was often grown and harvested by enslaved or severely exploited laborers, including women on colonial plantations. There is a bitter irony in the fact that coffee, which symbolized male intellect and freedom in Europe, was produced through systems that denied basic freedom and dignity to the people, including many women who grew it. Every cup of coffee in a London coffee house in the 1700s represented someone's unpaid or underpaid labor in a Caribbean or South American plantation. The men, debating liberty and natural rights in coffeehouses, were drinking a beverage produced through the denial of liberty and rights to enslaved people half a world away. But let us return to the gender politics in Europe and America, because there is another fascinating development in the 20th century. During World War II, when millions of men were away fighting, women entered the workforce in unprecedented numbers. They worked in factories, offices, and yes, they started frequenting coffee shops. During work breaks, coffee became less gendered by necessity. Women working in war industries needed coffee to stay alert during long shifts, and nobody was going to tell them they could not have it. After the war, there was pressure for women to return to domestic roles, to give up their jobs to returning soldiers. But some things had changed permanently. Women had tasted independence, had earned their own money, had occupied public space. They did not want to go back entirely to the old restrictions. Coffee shops and cafes gradually became more gender-neutral, though subtle biases remained. The real transformation came with the rise of chains like Starbucks in the 1990s and 2000s. These were deliberately designed as third places, spaces that were neither home nor work, where anyone could hang out for hours over a single cup of coffee. They had comfortable seating, soft lighting, music, an atmosphere that was explicitly welcoming to everyone. Women could work there on laptops, meet friends, study, hold business meetings, all without anyone questioning their presence. Starbucks and similar chains also feminized coffee in other ways. They introduced sweet cream-based drinks, lattes, cappuccinos, mochas, frappuccinos. These drinks were often marketed with feminine imagery and were mocked by traditional coffee purists as girly drinks. But they were also wildly popular and profitable. The coffee industry discovered that women were a huge market, and that if you made coffee, drinks that appealed to women, women would buy them in massive quantities. There is an interesting cultural tension around this. Coffee purists who tend to be men often look down on sweet coffee drinks as inferior, not real coffee. They value straight espresso, black coffee, bitter and strong. But the people who enjoy lattes and mochas, often women, do not care. They're drinking what they like, and they are driving the growth of the coffee industry. The money does not care whether coffee purists approve. This connects to a broader pattern we have seen throughout tonight's journey. Women's preferences in drinks are often mocked or dismissed as inferior, while men's preferences are treated as the standard or the ideal. Sweet drinks are feminine and therefore lesser. Strong, bitter drinks are masculine and therefore superior. This is nonsense, of course. Taste preferences are personal, and there is no objective hierarchy. But the cultural coding persists. Another aspect of modern coffee culture, worth mentioning, the rise of women-focused coffee shops and cafes. In some, cities, women have open coffee shops that are explicitly safe spaces for women or that cater specifically to women's needs. Some offer childcare areas for mothers, some provide networking events for business women. Some create environments that feel comfortable and welcoming to women in ways that traditional coffee shops might not. This is both progress and a reminder of ongoing issues. It is progress because women are creating spaces that serve their needs and interests, but it is also a reminder that gender dynamics in public space are still complex, that women still sometimes feel uncomfortable or unwelcome in traditional male-dominated spaces, and that separate women's spaces still serve a function. The global coffee industry today is massive, worth hundreds of billions of dollars annually, and increasingly women are prominent in specialty coffee. Women are winning barista championships, opening innovative roasteries, leading sustainability initiatives. There are more women coffee professionals now than at any point in history, but they still face challenges. They still deal with sexism, with being underestimated, with having to prove themselves more than their male counterparts. I have been thinking throughout this exploration about patterns, about what repeats across all these different drinks and time periods. And one thing that stands out is that women have always had to fight for access to drinks that were considered too strong or too dangerous or too masculine for them, access to public spaces where those drinks were consumed, access to the economic opportunities connected to those drinks, access to the intellectual and social networks that formed around shared drinking. Every drink we've discussed tonight, women had to claim. It had to fight for the right to consume it publicly, had to navigate restrictions and judgments and double standards. Absinthe was too dangerous. Laudanum was prescribed but then judged. Ratafia was sneaky. Tea came with imperial violence. Chocolate was too sexual. Herbs got women killed. Prohibition banned alcohol, but women drank anyway. Champagne was built by widows who only had power because their husbands died. Coffee excluded women from the spaces where power was exercised. And in each case, women found ways to navigate, subvert, adapt, create alternatives, and eventually claim their rights to these drinks and the spaces and freedoms associated with them. The story of women and coffee is not just about coffee. It is about public space, about intellectual life, about business, networks, about who gets to participate in the important conversations that shape society. The coffeehouse exclusion was never really about coffee. It was about keeping women out of power and the gradual inclusion of women in coffee culture, the feminization of coffee drinks, the creation of women-friendly coffee spaces. All of that is part of the larger story of women claiming their place in public life, in business, in intellectual discourse. Every time a woman orders a coffee and sits in a cafe to work or meet friends, or just exist in public space, she is exercising a freedom that her great-great-grandmother did not have. That freedom was won through decades of women, pushing boundaries, creating alternatives, demanding access, and refusing to accept that any space or any drink should be off limits to them. We're nearing the end of our journey through the strange drinks women loved and the complicated histories attached to them. We've explored so much, from green fairy of absinthe to Victorian opium haze, from sneaky Regency cordials to imperial tea trade, from scandalous chocolate to deadly herbs, from prohibition paradoxes to champagne widows, from excluded coffee houses to reclaimed cafe culture. But there is one final thread I want to pull, one last pattern to explore. Throughout all of these stories, there has been a constant undercurrent of control of society, trying to regulate what women consume and therefore control women's bodies, women's behavior, women's freedom. And we need to talk explicitly about that control, about the patterns that connect all these disparate stories, about what this all means. That final reflection is coming next, where we tie together everything we have learned and understand what it tells us about women, drinks, and power across history. Step back with me for a moment and look at the landscape we've traveled tonight. 9 different drinks, 9 different eras, 9 different stories. But when you lay them all out, side by side, something becomes impossible to ignore. There is a pattern running through every single one of these stories, a thread connecting absinthe to laudanum to ratafia to tea to chocolate to herbs to prohibition to champagne to coffee, and that pattern is control. Every story we have explored tonight is fundamentally about society trying to control what women consume, and through that control trying to control women's bodies, women's behavior, women's sexuality, women's autonomy, women's power. Tonight in this section I want us to look at that pattern explicitly to understand how the politics of consumption have always been about the politics of women's freedom, and to recognize that this pattern did not end with history. It is still happening today, right now, in ways both obvious and subtle. Let me show you how the strange drinks women love throughout history reveal a systematic attempt to regulate female autonomy, and how women's resistance to that regulation has been one of the great ongoing struggles of human history. Let us start by naming what we have seen. When absinthe became popular with women in Paris, society's response was moral panic. This drink that men had been consuming for decades suddenly became dangerous when women started drinking it publicly. The same substance, the same chemical composition. But when women consumed it, it was evidence of social decay, moral corruption, women's emancipation as a threat. Absinthe was not banned because it was inherently more dangerous than other alcohol. It was banned because it had become a symbol of women claiming public space and autonomy. When Victorian doctors prescribed laudanum to women for every imaginable complaint, what were they really doing? They were medicating women's discontent. A woman who was unhappy with her restricted life, who complained about her circumstances, who expressed strong emotions. She was diagnosed with hysteria or neurasthenia and given opium. The drug kept her compliant, kept her quiet, kept her functioning within the narrow role society demanded. Laudanum was a tool of social control disguised as medicine, and when women became addicted, as they inevitably did, their addiction was seen as evidence of female weakness rather than as a predictable consequence of giving people highly addictive substances. Ratafia represents a different strategy. Women were not supposed to drink alcohol the way men did, but society recognized that women might want to drink, might need the social lubrication and relaxation that alcohol provides. So, ratafia was allowed, but only because it was sweet, only because it was disguised, only because it maintained the fiction that women were delicate creatures who would never deliberately consume strong spirits. The real content could be hidden as long as the presentation was feminine. Women could have autonomy, but only if they pretended they did not. The tea story shows us economic control. Britain built an empire partly to ensure access to tea, fought wars to protect the trade networks that supplied tea, and deliberately associated tea with feminine domesticity. Women were encouraged to be tea drinkers because tea consumption happened at home, in private, in controlled environments. Tea was safe because it kept women in their domestic sphere, and the violence required to produce that tea, the slavery and exploitation and colonial brutality, all of that was hidden from the women drinking it. They were allowed to consume the product, but kept ignorant of the process that created it. Chocolate Story is about sexual anxiety. A substance was considered too stimulating, too connected to pleasure and desire to be safe for women. Women could not be trusted with anything that might enhance their enjoyment of physical sensation. The entire debate about whether women should be allowed to drink chocolate was really a debate about whether women should be allowed to experience pleasure, whether women's desires were dangerous, whether women's bodies belonged to themselves or to the men, and institutions that governed them. The persecution of women herbalists was the most direct and violent form of control. Women who possessed knowledge about plants, particularly plants that affected reproduction, were literally killed for that knowledge. Because knowledge about how to prevent conception, how to induce miscarriage, how to control fertility, that knowledge gave women power over their own bodies and reproductive lives. And patriarchal society could not allow that. So the women who held that knowledge were branded as witches and destroyed. The systematic elimination of women's herbal knowledge was one of history's most successful campaigns to rob women of bodily autonomy. Prohibition shows us unintended consequences. Women fought to ban alcohol to protect themselves from alcoholic husbands, which was a legitimate concern, but the result was to push drinking underground where, paradoxically, it became more accessible to women and less controlled by traditional social restrictions. Society tried to control alcohol consumption to control behavior, but the control mechanism failed spectacularly, and women ended up with more freedom than before. The Champagne widows reveal how death was the only socially acceptable route to power for women. These brilliant businesswomen only got their chance because their husbands died, and society had no choice but to let them inherit. They proved women could run businesses, could innovate, could succeed at the highest levels. But they only got the opportunity through the tragedy of widowhood. And once they died, women were pushed back out of leadership roles. Society allowed them power temporarily, reluctantly, and took it back as soon as possible. Coffeehouse exclusion was about denying women access to public intellectual life, to business networks, to political discourse. Men understood that coffeehouses were where power was exercised, where information was exchanged, where the important conversations happened. So they kept women out. And when women created alternatives like tea rooms, those spaces were dismissed as trivial, as mere social gatherings, not serious, places where serious business happened. Women's spaces were devalued even as women were excluded from men's spaces. Do you see the pattern? Every single story is about control. Control over what women can consume, where they can consume it, how much they can have, what it means when they consume it. And that control over consumption is always a proxy for control over women themselves. If you can control what a woman puts in her body, you can control her behavior. If you can control where she consumes things, you can control her movement in public space. If you can control the meaning attached to her consumption, you can control her reputation and social status. This is not ancient history. This is not a problem that has been solved. The same dynamics are still operating today, just with different substances and slightly different rhetoric. Let me give you some modern examples, and I think you will see immediately what I mean. Think about wine mom culture. The stereotype of mothers drinking wine to cope with the stress of parenting. This is joked about constantly on social media, on greeting cards, in casual conversation. But notice the underlying message. Mothers are stressed and overwhelmed, and instead of addressing the systemic lack of support for parents, instead of questioning why motherhood is so exhausting, society offers wine. Drink to cope, numb yourself, just get through it. And if a woman develops a drinking problem, well, she is a bad mother. She is weak, she has failed. The same pattern as laudanum. Offer women substances to cope with unbearable circumstances, then blame them when they become dependent. Or think about how women's drinks are gendered and devalued. A man drinking whiskey is sophisticated. A woman drinking a fruity cocktail is vapid. A man drinking black coffee is serious and professional. A woman drinking a vanilla latte is silly and frivolous. The drinks women tend to prefer are culturally coded as inferior to the drinks men prefer, and women who drink like men who order whiskey neat or drink their coffee black are sometimes seen as trying too hard, performing masculinity, not being authentically feminine. Women cannot win. Feminine drinks are mocked. Masculine drinks are inappropriate for them. Think about the cultural conversation around women and weight, women and sugar, women and food, in general. Women are constantly receiving messages about what they should and should not consume. Eat less, avoid sugar, diet, restrict, control your appetite. The entire diet industry, which is worth tens of billions of dollars, exists to tell women that their natural desires for food are wrong and must be controlled, and drinks are a huge part of this. How many calories in that latte's diet? Soda healthier or more dangerous? Should you drink juice, or is it too much sugar? The minutiae of what women consume is constantly policed and judged, and it is not just about drinks and food. Think about birth control, about abortion rights, about access to health care. These are all fundamentally about who controls women's bodies and women's choices. The same societies that tried to ban absinthe and kill herbalists and exclude women from coffee houses are still trying to control women's reproductive choices, women's access to health care, women's bodily autonomy. The specifics change, but the underlying dynamic remains. Patriarchal power structures trying to control women through controlling what they can do with and put into their own bodies. I'm not saying there are no legitimate reasons to regulate substances. Obviously, some substances are dangerous. Obviously, addiction is a real problem. Obviously, public health concerns are valid. But what I am saying is that when you look at how substances have been regulated throughout history, there is a clear pattern of gender-based double standards. The same substance is treated as dangerous when women use it, but acceptable when men do. Women's consumption is policed and judged more harshly than men's. Women's choices are questioned and restricted in ways men's are not. And crucially, women's knowledge and expertise about substances, particularly about plants and herbs and things related to health and reproduction, has been systematically suppressed. Male doctors are authorities. Female herbalists were witches. Male pharmacists are professionals. Women making remedies at home are engaging in folk medicine or quackery. Male scientists who study psychoactive substances are researchers. Women who use those same substances are drug addicts. The same knowledge, the same expertise, the same substances, but valued or devalued depending on who controls them. Throughout history, women have resisted this control in countless ways. They drank absinthe in cafes despite social disapproval. They found ways to control their fertility using herbs despite persecution. They created ratafia and other drinks that gave them what they wanted within the constraints of what was allowed. They took over businesses and proved their competence when given the slightest opportunity. They demanded entry to coffee houses and eventually claimed those spaces. They bootlegged during Prohibition. They built tea rooms and created alternative public spaces. They fought for the right to control their own bodies and make their own choices. This resistance has been one of the great ongoing struggles of history. Though it is rarely taught that way, we learn about political revolutions, about wars, about the movements of armies and the decisions of kings. We do not usually learn about the woman who brewed pennyroyal tea for her desperate neighbor, or the woman who ran speakeasies, or the herbalist who preserved botanical knowledge despite the threat of being called a witch. These acts of resistance were small, individual, often invisible, but they mattered. They added up. They created cracks in the systems of control, and those cracks eventually became breaks. Women's suffrage, women's access to education, women's property rights, women's reproductive rights. All of these were won through resistance, through women refusing to accept the limitations placed on them. The story of women and drinks is a small part of that larger story, but it is an important part because it shows how control operates at the most intimate level, at the level of what you put in your body, what you consume, what gives you pleasure or relief or comfort. Every time we have seen women claim the right to consume something they were told they could not have, it has been part of a larger claim to autonomy and freedom. The flapper drinking cocktails in a speakeasy was not just enjoying a drink. She was asserting her right to occupy public space, to make her own choices, to define her own femininity. The Victorian woman making herbal preparations for women in her community was not just mixing plants, she was exercising and preserving knowledge that gave women power over their own bodies. The champagne widow building a business empire was not just making wine. She was proving that women could succeed in domains that men claim for themselves. These small acts of consumption and production were political acts, whether the women engaging in them thought of them that way or not. And the intense efforts to control women's consumption, to regulate what women could drink and where and how much, these were political acts too. They were about maintaining patriarchal power, about keeping women in subordinate positions, about preventing women from claiming autonomy and freedom. So what does all of this mean for us today? I think it means several things. First, it means we should be aware of how consumption is still gendered and politicized. When you see women being judged for what they drink, how much they drink, where they drink it, recognize that this is part of a very old pattern. When you see diet culture targeting women, when you see women's food and drink choices being policed and commented on, recognize what is really happening. It is control. It is the same dynamic that has operated for centuries, just in a modern package. Second, it means we should value and preserve women's knowledge and expertise. The systematic destruction of women's herbal knowledge during the witch hunts was a tragedy, a loss of accumulated wisdom that we are still trying to recover. Today, when women's expertise is dismissed or devalued, when women in male-dominated fields face skepticism and bias, that is a continuation of the same pattern. We need to recognize and respect women's knowledge, women's skills, women's contributions. Third, it means we should support women's autonomy and right to make their own choices about their bodies. This applies to reproductive rights, obviously, but it also applies more broadly. Women should be able to drink what they want, eat what they want, use the substances they choose without excessive judgment or restriction. This does not mean anything goes. It means applying the same standards to women that we apply to men, not imposing special restrictions on women based on outdated ideas about female fragility or morality. Fourth, it means we should create and protect spaces where women can gather, network, support each other, and exercise power. The tea rooms that women created when they were excluded from coffee houses, the women's groups and organizations that formed throughout history, the modern women's networking organizations, and safe spaces. These are important. They are not separatist or exclusionary in a negative sense. They are responses to ongoing exclusion and bias in supposedly gender-neutral spaces. And finally, it means we should tell these stories. The history of women and drinks, the history of women's resistance to control, the history of women's creativity and navigating oppressive systems. These stories need to be told and remembered, because when we forget history, we are doomed to repeat it. And these patterns of control have repeated over and over throughout history because each generation forgets what the previous generation fought against. Tonight we have journeyed through centuries of history, through multiple continents, through the stories of countless women who loved strange drinks and faced judgment, restriction, persecution, or simple dismissal for those loves. We have seen how something as simple as what you drink can become a battlefield for autonomy and freedom. We have seen how women have fought, adapted, resisted, and ultimately claimed their rights to consume what they choose and to occupy the spaces where consumption happens. But there are still questions remaining, still patterns to explore. Throughout all these stories, we have seen moments where the tide turned, where drinks that were forbidden became acceptable, where spaces that were closed opened up, where control loosened. How did that happen? What made societies finally give up some of their attempts to control women through controlling their consumption? And perhaps most importantly, what can we learn from those moments of change that might help us recognize and resist control in the present? Those are the questions we need to grapple with as we approach the end of our journey tonight. Let us explore them now, looking at the mechanisms of change and what they teach us. Change rarely announces itself with trumpets and fanfare. It creeps in gradually through 1,000 small shifts, through women making choices that push boundaries just slightly, through the slow accumulation of resistance, until suddenly what was forbidden becomes normal. If you had told a woman in 1850 that her great-granddaughter would sit alone in a cafe drinking coffee while working on a portable computer, she would have thought you were describing science fiction. Yet here we are. The drinks women were forbidden from consuming are now freely available. The spaces women were excluded from now welcome them. The knowledge that got women killed is being reclaimed and validated. So how did we get from there to here? What were the mechanisms that finally loosened the grip of control over women's consumption? And critically, what do those mechanisms teach us about how to recognize and resist control that still exists today? Tonight, as we near the end of our journey, let me show you how change happened, what it cost, and what it reveals about the ongoing struggle for women's autonomy. The first mechanism of change was simply persistence. Women never stopped wanting the things they were denied. They never accepted that exclusion was natural or right. Generation after generation, women pushed against restrictions, tested boundaries, found loopholes, created alternatives. This constant pressure, sustained over decades and centuries, eventually wore down resistance. Think about coffee houses. Women were banned for nearly 200 years, but women kept wanting access to public intellectual life, kept creating alternatives, kept questioning why they were excluded, and eventually, slowly, coffee houses began admitting women, not because men suddenly decided women deserved access, but because women's sustained demand made exclusion impossible to maintain. The second mechanism was economic. Businesses realized that excluding women meant losing customers and profits. When tea rooms demonstrated that women would pay for public gathering spaces, when Speaks discovered that admitting women increased their customer base, when coffee chains figured out that women represented an enormous untapped market, economic incentives began to override sexist traditions. Capitalism is immoral. It does not care about gender ideology. It cares about profit. And when including women became more profitable than excluding them, inclusion followed. This is not a noble motivation, but it was effective. Money talked. The third mechanism was crisis, wars, economic depressions, social upheavals. These disrupted normal patterns and created openings for change. During World War I and World War II, millions of men went to fight and women filled their jobs. Women worked in factories, offices, farms, all the places they had been told they could not work. They earned money, occupied public space, consumed drinks and foods in public while working. And once the crisis passed, it was impossible to completely force women back into their previous restricted roles. They had tasted independence. They knew they were capable. The genie could not be put entirely back in the bottle. The fourth mechanism was women organizing collectively. Individual women resisting control could be dismissed or punished, but when women organized into groups, into movements, into collective action, they became much harder to ignore or suppress. The temperance movement, whatever we think of its goals, demonstrated the power of women organizing. The suffrage movement won women the vote through decades of organized campaigning. Labor movements that included women fought for better working conditions and fair pay. Women's organizations created networks of support and power that individual women could not achieve alone. The fifth mechanism, and perhaps the most important, was women claiming authority and expertise. For centuries, women's knowledge was dismissed as superstition, while men's knowledge was honored as science. But women kept producing knowledge, kept demonstrating expertise, kept proving their competence. Eventually, the evidence became overwhelming. The Champagne widows proved women could run businesses. Marie Curie proved women could do science. Women doctors, though they faced enormous obstacles, proved women could practice medicine. Each woman who succeeded made it slightly easier for the next woman to be taken seriously. The sixth mechanism was generational change. Each generation was raised with slightly different assumptions than the previous generation. Daughters watched their mothers navigate restrictions. And some of those daughters decided they would not accept the same limitations. Young women in the 1920s who became flappers had mothers who had lived through the Victorian era. They rejected their mothers' restrictions, pushed boundaries their mothers had accepted, and while there was backlash, while older generations were scandalized, the younger generation persisted, and eventually some of their changes became normalized. But I want to be very clear about something. Change did not happen, smoothly or inevitably. For every step forward, there were steps backward. For every restriction that was lifted, new forms of control emerged. The patterns of control we have been discussing did not disappear. They adapted, evolved, found new expressions. Understanding how change happened also means understanding how control persists and transforms. Let me give you an example. Women fought for and won access to public drinking spaces, but the drinks women are expected to order in those spaces are still policed and judged. Women can be in the bar, but if they order the wrong drink, they face mockery or judgment. The exclusion shifted from physical space to cultural expectation. That is how control adapts. It finds new mechanisms when the old ones become untenable, or consider medical control over women's bodies. Victorian doctors prescribed laudanum to control women's behavior and emotions. Modern doctors are less likely to prescribe opioids so freely, but women still face medical gaslighting, still have their pain dismissed or undertreated, still struggle to be believed when they describe their symptoms. The specific mechanisms have changed, but the underlying dynamic medical authority controlling women's experiences of their own bodies persists. Or think about how herbal knowledge was suppressed during the witch hunts. Today, herbal medicine is sometimes dismissed as unscientific or quackery, even though modern pharmaceutical companies study traditional plant remedies and derive new drugs from them. Women's traditional knowledge is still devalued, still seen as less legitimate than formal medical training, even when it is based on centuries of empirical observation and even when science validates it. So yes, change has happened. Women have more freedom now than at almost any previous point in history, at least in many parts of the world. But the struggle is not over. The patterns of control persist, and one of the most important things we can learn from history is how to recognize these patterns when they appear in new forms. Here is what I want you to watch for, what I want you to be aware of as you navigate modern life. When you see women's choices being pleased more heavily than men's, that is the pattern. When you see women's knowledge or expertise being dismissed or devalued, that is the pattern. When you see substances or behaviors being acceptable for men but scandalous for women, that is the pattern. When you see women being blamed for becoming addicted to substances that were prescribed or marketed to them, that is the pattern. When you see women being excluded from spaces where power is exercised, even if the exclusion is subtle rather than explicit, that is the pattern. And when you recognize the pattern, you can resist it. You can make different choices. You can support other women. You can refuse to participate in the policing of women's consumption. You can question why different standards apply to men and women. You can push back against control in your own life and in the lives of women around you. One of the most powerful things we've learned tonight is that individual choices matter. Every Victorian woman who refused to be ashamed of taking laudanum for legitimate pain, every flapper who drank cocktails and danced and lived boldly, every champagne widow who built a business empire, every woman who created herbal remedies despite the risks, every woman who pushed into coffee houses or created tea rooms or bootlegged during Prohibition, all of these individual choices added up. They created the world we live in now, a world where women have more freedom and autonomy than ever before. Even though we still have further to go, your choices matter too. How you consume, what you consume, where you consume it. These are not trivial decisions. They are part of the ongoing negotiation of women's place in society. Every time you order the drink you actually want instead of the drink you think you should want, every time you occupy public space confidently, every time you claim expertise in your field, every time you support another woman's choices. You are participating in that negotiation. You are pushing the boundaries a little further. And let me say something about the cost of this resistance, because it is important to be honest about it. Throughout history, women who pushed boundaries faced consequences. Social ostracism, damaged reputations, loss of opportunities, sometimes violence, sometimes death. The women who were killed as witches paid the ultimate price for their knowledge and autonomy. Elizabeth Seidel died from lordom, whether by accident or choice, after a life of being used as a muse and model, rather than recognized as an artist in her own right. The women who drank absinthe in Paris were labeled as degraded and immoral. The women who bootlegged during Prohibition risked arrest and imprisonment. Even today, women who refuse to conform to expected patterns of behavior face backlash. Women in male-dominated fields face harassment and discrimination. Women who are too ambitious or too outspoken are labeled as difficult or aggressive. Women who drink like men are sometimes called alcoholics more quickly than men who drink the same amounts. Women who work in bars or liquor sales face assumptions about their morals or availability. The penalties for not conforming are real, so I am not suggesting that resistance is easy or without cost. I am simply saying that it is necessary, that it has always been necessary, and that, throughout history, brave women have paid those costs so that subsequent generations could have more freedom. We benefit from their resistance, and we have a responsibility to continue that resistance so that future generations benefit from ours. There is also something to be said about joy and pleasure in this conversation. Throughout all these stories of control and resistance, there is also the simple fact that women loved these drinks. They found pleasure in them, comfort in them, connection in them. Women drinking absinthe in Paris were not just making political statements, they were enjoying a drink they liked, sharing it with friends, participating in a vibrant artistic culture. Victorian women drinking laudanum were often seeking relief from genuine pain. Women mixing and drinking ratafia were having fun at parties, laughing with friends, enjoying themselves. The resistance to control is not just about grim determination. It is also about claiming the right to pleasure, to enjoyment, to the small joys that make life worth living. And that is important. The austere version of feminism that denies pleasure, that treats all consumption as frivolous or problematic, misses something essential. Women deserve pleasure. Women deserve comfort. Women deserve the freedom to enjoy drinks, foods, substances that they find enjoyable within reasonable bounds of safety and health. The champagne widows who built business empires. Do you think they never drank their own champagne? Do you think they never took pleasure in creating something beautiful and delicious? Of course they did. They were creating something that brought joy to people, that marked celebrations, that made life more festive, and they could take pride and pleasure in that, even as they were also exercising business acumen and building wealth. The women who gathered in tea rooms were not just networking or escaping domestic confinement, though they were doing those things. They were also enjoying tea, enjoying cakes and sandwiches, enjoying conversation with friends, enjoying the experience of being in a beautiful space. The pleasure was part of the point. So, as we think about women's consumption and the politics surrounding it, let us not lose sight of the joy. Let us not reduce everything to politics and power struggles. Sometimes, a drink is just a drink enjoyed for its own sake, and the freedom to enjoy that drink without excessive judgment or restriction, that is worth fighting for, not because it is politically important, but because it is humanly important, because we all deserve small pleasures, because joy matters. Throughout tonight's journey, we have seen so much. We have seen women poisoned by the medicines they were given. We have seen women burned as witches for their knowledge. We have seen women excluded from public spaces and intellectual life. We have seen women's work and expertise devalued or erased. We have seen women blamed for the harms done to them. These are heavy, dark stories, and they matter. We need to know these histories. But we've also seen women's creativity, resilience, and resistance. We've seen women finding loopholes and creating alternatives. We've seen women supporting each other through difficult times. We've seen women building businesses and creating beauty. We have seen women claiming their rights and freedoms inch by inch, generation by generation. We have seen women refusing to accept that they were less capable or less deserving than men. And we have seen over and over that when given even a small opportunity, women proved they could do anything men could do, often better. The drinks women loved throughout history, strange as some of them were, dangerous as some of them were, are symbols of so much more than just consumption. They are symbols of the ongoing struggle for autonomy, for freedom, for the right to make choices about one's own body and life. They are symbols of women's resilience and creativity in the face of oppression. They are symbols of pleasure claimed in difficult circumstances. And they are symbols of change, slow and hard one, but real. We're living in a moment that is the result of centuries of women's resistance. The freedoms we have, incomplete as they are, were fought for by women who came before us. And the freedoms that future women will have depend on the choices we make now. The boundaries we push, the patterns we resist, the support we give each other. This is not abstract or theoretical. This is lived reality playing out every day in countless individual choices and actions. So, what do we do with all of this knowledge, all of these stories, all of these patterns we've uncovered tonight? How do we move forward? What does it all mean? Those are the questions we need to grapple with as we approach the very end of our journey. We have one more stop to make, one more perspective to consider, one final reflection on what all of these strange drinks and the women who love them can teach us about history, about power, about autonomy, and about the future we are building together. Let us take that final step together now. We have reached the end of our journey, you and I. We have spent these hours together exploring drinks that scandalized and drinks that soothed, drinks that killed, and drinks that liberated, drinks that hid women's power, and drinks that announced it boldly. We have traveled from Parisian cafes to Victorian parlor, from Regency ballrooms to Prohibition speakeasies, from champagne cellars to coffee houses, from monastery gardens to witch purrs. We have met remarkable women, artists and addicts, widows and bootleggers, herbalists and flappers, women who built empires and women who simply tried to survive. And through all of these stories, we've been asking one fundamental question. What do the drinks women loved throughout history teach us about power, about control, about freedom, and about the ongoing struggle for women's autonomy? Now, as we sit together in the quiet of this night, let me offer you my answer to that question. And let me tell you why these stories matter not just as history but as guidance for the world we are creating right now. Here is what I believe these stories teach us. What I have come to understand through this exploration, first and most fundamentally, they teach us that the personal is political. Every choice about what to consume, where to consume it, how to present yourself while consuming it, these are not just individual preferences. They exist within systems of power that are trying to shape and control those choices. When you understand that, when you recognize the political dimensions of consumption, you can make more conscious and intentional choices. You can see when you're being manipulated or controlled. You can choose to resist. But here is the beautiful and complicated truth. Recognizing the politics does not mean you cannot also just enjoy things. You can drink a cup of coffee and simply enjoy the taste and the caffeine and the warmth of the cup in your hands. You do not have to think about centuries of gender politics every single time you take a sip. The pleasure is legitimate. The simplicity is legitimate. What matters is that when someone tries to judge you for your choice, when someone tries to make you feel shame or inadequacy based on what you consume, you can recognize what is really happening. You can see the pattern and you can refuse to internalize that judgment. Second, these stories teach us that change is possible but never inevitable. The freedoms that women have today were not granted generously by enlightened authorities. They were fought for, claimed, seized, built from the ground, up by women who refused to accept the restrictions placed on them. Every single freedom we have discussed tonight, The freedom to drink publicly, the freedom to occupy public space, the freedom to run businesses, the freedom to possess knowledge about our own bodies. All of these were won through resistance, and they can be lost again if we stop defending them. This is not meant to be frightening, though it is sobering. It is meant to be empowering, because it means that we have agency. We are not passive recipients of whatever society decides to give us. We are active participants in shaping what freedoms exist and how they are exercised. Every time we make choices that push boundaries, every time we support other women's autonomy, every time we refuse to participate in the policing of women's behavior, we are contributing to the ongoing work of liberation. We are part of that long chain of resistance that stretches back through history. Third, these stories teach us to be suspicious of narratives that position substances or behaviors as uniquely dangerous for women. Throughout history, we have seen this pattern repeat. Something is fine when men do it, but dangerous when women do it. Absinthe, coffee, laudanum, herbal knowledge, alcohol during Prohibition, business ownership, public drinking, all of these were coded as dangerous specifically for women, not because they were objectively more harmful to women, but because they gave women power or pleasure or autonomy that threatened existing social orders. Today, when you encounter narratives that say women specifically need to be protected from something, that women specifically need restrictions that do not apply to men, examine those narratives carefully. Sometimes protection is a mask for control. Sometimes safety is used as an excuse to limit freedom. I am not saying all protective measures are bad. I am saying we need to question whose interests are really being served. Are women actually being protected, or are they being controlled? Fourth, these stories teach us the immense value of women's knowledge and expertise, particularly knowledge that has been passed down outside of formal institutions. The herbalists who were killed as witches possessed real valuable empirical knowledge about plants and health. The Champagne widows who built business empires possessed genuine business acumen and technical innovation skills. The women who created tea rooms and speakeasies and alternative spaces possessed architectural and social vision. This knowledge was devalued or suppressed, not because it was invalid, but because it was held by women. Today, we need to actively work to preserve and honor women's knowledge in all its forms. Listen to the older women in your life. Ask them about their experiences, their skills, their wisdom. Write it down. Pass it on. Support women in fields where they are underrepresented. Believe women when they share their expertise. Do not assume that formal credentials are the only legitimate form of knowledge. Some of the most important knowledge is experiential, practical, passed down through relationships and communities rather than through institutions. Fifth, these stories teach us about the power of community and collective action. Individual women resisting control have always existed, but their efforts were limited in what they could achieve alone. When women organized together, when they created networks of support and solidarity, when they built collective power, that is when real change became possible. The temperance movement, the suffrage movement, women's labor organizing, women-owned businesses, supporting each other, female bootleggers creating networks. All of these represented women working together, rather than in isolation. We need that today, perhaps more than ever. We need to build communities of women who support each other, who share resources and knowledge, who stand together against systems that try to divide and control us. This does not mean excluding men or working against men. It means building specifically female solidarity and power as a necessary component of achieving true equality. Sixth, and this is crucial, these stories teach us to honor pleasure and joy as legitimate and important. So much of feminism historically and today has focused on serious issues: violence, discrimination, economic inequality, legal rights. These are absolutely important and necessary focuses. But we cannot forget that humans need pleasure, need joy, need small comforts, and delights to make life worth living. The right to enjoy a drink without judgment, the right to gather with friends in beautiful spaces, the right to create and consume beautiful things. These matter too. Women throughout history have fought not just for the right to survive, but for the right to thrive, to enjoy, to experience pleasure. The Champagne widows created something beautiful and celebratory. The women who went to speak easies during Prohibition were claiming joy in defiance of restrictive laws. The women who gathered in tea rooms were creating moments of beauty and connection. These were not frivolous pursuits, they were essential assertions that women's pleasure matters, that women's joy is valuable, that women deserve to experience delight. So as you move forward from tonight's journey, I hope you will give yourself permission to enjoy things without excessive guilt or self-judgment. Drink the champagne at celebrations, order the sweet coffee if that is what you like, gather with friends over tea, or wine or cocktails. Take pleasure in these small moments. They are not trivial. They are part of what makes life rich and worth living. Seventh, these stories teach us to look beyond surface narratives and question the systems that produce them. Every story we explored tonight had an official narrative. The story society told about these drinks and the women who consumed them. And then there was the reality underneath. The official story said absinthe drove women mad. The reality was that absinthe gave women access to public spaces and bohemian culture. The official story said laudanum was medicine helping delicate women. The reality was that it was a tool of social control that created addiction. The official story said tea was a civilizing influence. The reality was that it was built on colonial violence and exploitation. Learn to read critically, to question official narratives, to look for whose interests are served by the stories we are told. This applies not just to historical narratives, but to current ones. Whose version of events are you hearing? Who benefits from that version? What voices are missing? What realities are being obscured? Develop a habit of critical questioning, and you will be much harder to manipulate or control. Eighth, these stories teach us that history is not linear progress. We did not move smoothly from oppression to freedom. We've had advances and backlashes, progress and regression. Women gained the vote, but then faced enormous pressure to return to domestic roles after World War II. Abortion was legal in some places, then illegal, then legal again, now facing restrictions again. Women entered the workforce in large numbers, but still face wage gaps and glass ceilings. The struggle is ongoing, and victories are never permanent. They must be defended and extended by each generation. This means we cannot be complacent. We cannot assume that the freedoms we have will automatically continue. We have to actively maintain and expand them. We have to teach the next generation what was fought for and how it was won. We have to remain vigilant against backsliding. History is not a story that has already been written. It is a story we are writing together right now through our choices and actions. Ninth, these stories teach us to honor the women who came before us. The women whose names we know and the countless women whose names are lost to history. Every freedom we enjoy, someone fought for. Every right we exercise, someone suffered to establish. We are not self-made. We're not succeeding purely through our own efforts. We're standing on the shoulders of generations of women who pushed boundaries, who took risks, who paid costs so that we could have more freedom than they had. Think about Madame Cleo spending decades perfecting champagne production and building a global business. Think about the herbalist burned as a witch for possessing knowledge about plants. Think about Elizabeth Barrett Browning writing poetry while addicted to laudanum prescribed by her doctors. Think about the unnamed women who ran speakeasies during Prohibition, who bootlegged, who created alternative spaces, who simply kept living and making choices in the face of restriction. Honor them, remember them, tell their stories. And finally, 10th, these stories teach us that we have a responsibility to the women who come after us. The choices we make now will shape the world that future generations of women inherit. If we push boundaries, future women will have more room to move. If we claim expertise, future women will be taken more seriously. If we refuse to accept control, future women will face less restriction. If we support each other, future women will inherit stronger communities and networks. We're not just living our own lives, we're building the foundation for women who do not exist yet. This is a huge responsibility, but it is also an enormous opportunity. We get to shape the future. We get to decide what patterns continue and what patterns we break. We get to create new possibilities that did not exist before. And that is extraordinary and empowering, even as it is sometimes overwhelming. So here is what I want you to take from tonight's journey through the strange drinks women loved in history. I want you to understand that you are part of a long story of women's resistance and women's resilience. The drinks we've explored tonight, from absinthe to laudanum to ratapia to tea to chocolate to herbs to prohibition cocktails to champagne to coffee. All of these are chapters in that larger story, and you are writing the next chapter right now. Whether you realize it or not through your daily choices and actions, I want you to recognize patterns of control when you encounter them. I want you to question narratives that position women as needing special protection or restriction. I want you to value women's knowledge and expertise, including your own. I want you to build community with other women. I want you to honor pleasure and joy as legitimate and important. I want you to learn from history without being trapped by it. I want you to stand on the shoulders of the women who came before you and be shoulders for the women who will come after you. And I want you to remember that sometimes a drink is just a drink, and that is okay, too. You do not have to think about all of this all the time. You do not have to turn every cup of coffee into a political statement. You can just enjoy things. But when someone tries to make you feel ashamed or inadequate or controlled based on what you consume, you will know what is really happening. You will see the pattern, and you can choose how to respond. As I think about all the women we have met tonight, all the stories we have explored, what strikes me most is their courage. It took courage to drink absinthe in a Paris cafe when society said you were degraded for doing so. It took courage to run a champagne business as a woman when everyone assumed you would fail. It took courage to brew herbal remedies when you could be accused of witchcraft. It took courage to bootleg during Prohibition. It took courage to push into coffee houses or create tea rooms. It took courage to simply keep making choices and claiming autonomy in the face of constant restriction and judgment. And it takes courage today, too. It takes courage to order the drink you actually want when you know people will judge you for it. It takes courage to claim expertise in male-dominated fields. It takes courage to support other women when there is pressure to compete instead. It takes courage to question systems and narratives. It takes courage to live authentically rather than performing the version of femininity that society demands. But here is what I know. You have that courage. You're watching this video in the middle of the night, learning about history, thinking deeply about power and autonomy and freedom. That tells me you are someone who questions, who thinks critically, who wants to understand the world beyond surface narratives. That tells me you are someone who is capable of the courage that resistance requires. And that gives me hope for the future, because the future is not written. The story of women and drinks, the story of women and autonomy, the story of women and power, these stories are still being written. And you are one of the authors. Your choices matter, your actions matter, your resistance matters, your joy matters, your support for other women matters, you matter. And with that, we have reached the true end of our journey together. We have spent these hours exploring strange drinks and stranger histories, uncovering patterns of control and patterns of resistance, meeting remarkable women and understanding their struggles and triumphs. I hope you have found this journey as fascinating and illuminating as I have found sharing it with you. Thank you for staying with me through this long night, for being curious enough to explore these stories, for being patient enough to let the patterns reveal themselves, for being thoughtful enough to consider what it all means. Thank you for giving me your time and your attention. In a world full of distractions and noise, the fact that you chose to spend these hours learning about history and thinking deeply about power and freedom, that means something. That matters. I hope that the next time you have a drink, whether it is coffee or tea or wine or champagne or a fancy cocktail or just water, you will think about the women who fought for the freedom to consume what they chose without excessive restriction or judgment. I hope you will savor that. Drink with an awareness of the history it carries, and I hope you will raise your glass literally or metaphorically to all the women throughout history who refused to accept the limitations placed on them, who pushed boundaries, who claimed autonomy, who built empires, and created beauty and preserved knowledge, and simply lived as boldly as they could, within the constraints of their time. The story continues. Your chapter is being written right now. Make it a good one. Make it brave. Make it joyful. Make it true to yourself. And when you can, help other women write their chapters too. Support each other. Honor each other. Remember each other. That is how we build the future we want to live in. Until we meet again, until the next story calls us together into the night, be well, be curious, be brave, and be kind to yourself and to other women. The journey we have shared tonight is ending, but the larger journey continues, and I cannot wait to see where it leads. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of the strange drinks women loved in history. I will be back soon with another story, another journey into the fascinating and often hidden histories that shape our world. Until then, take care. And remember, you're part of a long tradition of women who refused to be controlled, who claimed their autonomy, who made the world a little bit freer for the women, who came after them. Be proud of that, live up to it, and pass it on. Good night, my friends. Sleep well, dream boldly, and I will see you again soon.